Why? What's happening with Mahjong? Is there a new patch or something? Shit is streaming. Oh no. Okay, YouTube is live-o. Wonderful. Okay. So, which video are we watching, boys? What are we watching? Who has some juicy PoE stuff to share? Yeah, sure, Yanni, but I don't know if you can already transition to Lightning Strike. I don't think you can. Okay, Path of Exile 2. Hey, that's me. Lol. Oh. Yeah, that makes more sense, Yanni. But you need quite a lot of currency to get the jewels that you need for the transition to Lightning Strike. You need the Mana Leech jewel at the minimum. Ideally the other one too, and then you can swap. But that takes a while until you have the currency to do this. I don't think you can successfully do the swap in your first season. I think that's not possible. Maybe if you blast every day for 3-4 hours, then you can maybe do it. Is there anything we haven't watched yet?
I was so happy to reveal this to you.
I just want to watch gameplay. I don't want to watch a video, to be honest. See you later. I have to type in gameplay, maybe? Like this? Okay, let's watch this one.
Flown out to LA to go hands-on with Path of Exile 2, and I have returned with hours and hours of brand new gameplay and all new details from game director Jonathan Rogers. That's what we're going to be taking a look at in this video. We're talking about the extensive in-game system, going over pretty much all of it, the Ascendancy class system, what it's like at max level and beyond, a tease at some of the in-game gear that we can acquire, a super detailed look at basically every system in the game, early access details, and yes, you can get access to this game starting at $30, which is absolutely insane to me. More on the new Game Plus type system related to replaying the campaign. You guys have got to also see how the actual map system works in the in-game. It's pretty cool. And also how this game is going to be starting out massive, but will also be doubling in size from early access until official launch. We're taking a look at some cool boss battles, classes, so much stuff. But by the way, I am doing a Path of Exile 2 giveaway. So for a chance to win early access, see the link in the pinned top comment. Check it out. But we're going to go ahead and see what Jonathan Rogers has to say. This is a very big presentation. By the way, a very special thank you goes out to Grinding Gear Games for their professionalism and providing me with all of this footage. Enjoy.
As I said before, I like to keep things pretty casual. This isn't some kind of hyper-polished presentation. And Octavian, who's playing, is going to be using cheats and so on. So, you know, he might have to die and revive, but
Nice.
hopefully it goes okay. So we're going to start off with the Monk. So the Monk is a fast melee fighter. He cares a lot about momentum in combat. Now, he does a lot of damage, but he isn't necessarily that strong physically.
How's
in
the
terms of
sound, by the way?
defenses. So you're going to want to stay
it's too
back
loud, huh?
and you know, go into and out of combat very quickly. Now, like all classes, the Monk was going to want to mix and match a few different combos. And one of the things we really like to do with our skills is make sure that we've got a lot of things that can take advantage of different situations. In this particular case, Octavian is freezing monsters with this Wave of Frost, and then he's using Glacial Cascade to kill them if he hits the thing. If the end of the Glacial Cascade hits the monster and it's frozen, then it will do a AoE damage and do a lot of damage. Now, the Monk also has a lot of combo skills. An example, so if you hit monsters using regular attacks, then you'll charge those skills up. An example of this is Tempest Bell. So here we're going to create a bell, and then if you hit the bell, it'll do damage around it. You can also add status elements to the bell. So, for example, you could freeze it like he was doing there, which will add cold damage.
I don't know, man. I think this is so much better in like core play, for example, than it really is going to be on like solo play. I don't know. Also, I'm not a big quarterstaff enjoyer. I'm not a fan. Gotta be honest.
But you could also set it on fire or
The concept is really cool though, but I don't think it's gonna be strong.
Shock it and this kind of thing. So that's sort of just like a really quick rundown of the kind of skills you can expect on the Monk. But how do you get skills in the first place? Well, the answer to that is skill gems. So the way that you get skill gems are items that you can find in the world, and if you right-click on one, you can choose what skill you want to get. Now we're trying to keep the skill.
Okay, so do we not know any of these? The Frozen Locust is the thing that you can shatter. Killing Palm is the thing that consumes power charges. No, this is giving power charges when you cull enemies, right, with it. Then Glacial Cascade is the thing that he was doing, like the cone-shaped ice. Falling Thunder is the cone-shaped lightning. Staggering Palm, no clue. Vaulting Impact is the swirly-whirly to the front and then throwing hitting the ground with the quarterstaff. Tempest Bell is, well, the bell. Staggering Palm, absolutely no clue. This looks like a ranged ability here. Wind Blast. Ice Strike, also some ice ranged, I guess. Tempest Flurry is probably also some ice ranged, I guess. Is there anything we don't know yet? Charged Staff. I've seen this one on PvE Gems, I think. Mantra of Destruction, Hand of Chayula. Hand of Chayula gives, from what I remember, gives like one curse to an enemy, right? Something like that. Applies a curse to an enemy. Or all curses to an enemy that you have or something. Which is like some good Hex Blast shit, but then that is basically goodbye to just one button builds. Like, this is gonna be much more effective, right? But the thing is, Hand of Chayula strikes with like unarmed from what I've seen. If I remember correctly, this is unarmed always. So there isn't really that much damage additionally to Hex Blast, for example.
Skill system feeling as much as possible simple.
Yo, Gaming Closet, how's it going?
For new players. There's two things you can do here. You can either level up an existing skill or you can pick a new one, and that kind of interface is quite familiar.
Right, let me read this.
Now we're trying to keep the skill system feeling as much as possible simple for new players. There's two things you can do here. You can either level up an existing skill or you can
consume daze on enemies to cause 300% more stun buildup. Ah, man, I don't know if I like this at all.
Pick a new one, and that kind of interface is quite familiar. We have added things like tutorial videos for every skill.
Frozen locusts will explode when attacked by you or your enemies.
But effectively, we just want to make sure we're keeping this simple as possible. Now, what you do once you've got a skill gem is put it into your skill screen, and once you've done that, you can bind it and use it. This particular skill is called Frozen Locust that creates a little ice ball there, and then you can detonate that with your Glacial Cascade if you want, since it counts as a frozen object. Or the monsters can attack it and explode it that way, or you could use it in front of a boss who's about to slam and explode it that way. So that's a sort of basic rundown on how you get skills.
Yep.
But it's worth mentioning that you can also use skills across other classes as well. So what we saw there was just the skills for this one class. If we open up the screen again, you can see that the skills for the other classes are still available. If you have the stats to use them, you can use them just as well. And then there's lots of different interesting combinations. One class. If we open up the screen again, you can see that the skills for the other classes are still available.
Okay, Tornado Shot is right here, has same icon even. Lightning Arrow, Escape Shot, Poison Burst, Lightning Rock, Stormcaller, Arrow, Snipe, Vine Arrow, Barrage, Toxic Growth, Electrocuting, Sniper's Mark, Gas Arrow, Voltaic Mark. That's probably some lightning electrocute stuff. Yo, Revenant, how's it going? Rain of Arrows, Detonating Arrow, Ice Shot, Tornado Shot. We have basically seen all of these spells, except I think Ice Shot and Tornado Shot, right? I think apart from that, we have seen literally everything. Do I just go here? Maybe to block as little as possible?
You can, if you have the stats to use them, you can use
How's it going, Revenant? You good?
them just as well. And then there's lots of different interesting
Oh wait, no, we missed
skills for this
some
one
skills.
class. If we open up the screen again, you can see that the skills for the other classes are still available. If you have the stats to use them, you can use them just
Okay. Ice Nova, Spark, Frostbomb, Flame Wall. This is already, I think, such a strong combo with Spark, Flame Wall. It's actually insane. And you have it at like level 1 or whatever that is, like skill level 1. It's just crazy. Yeah, instantly Spark, Flame Wall for like clear. That's gonna be super strong, right? We know this. We know Frostbomb. What is Ember Fusillate? Do we know this by any chance? Let's see here. Where's the stuff? It should be here, and then we can go to gems, right? Like we could do this and then do this. Then Fussy. There it is. What is this? Conjures a blazing ember that hovers above you. After a short duration, the ember launches at an enemy, dealing fire damage in an area on impact. Recasting this spell resets the duration of all active embers. Multiple embers fired in the same fusillade will attempt to target different enemies. Okay. Need to put up more Christmas lights. Gotcha, Zafrogi. Embers deal 4% more damage for each previous ember fired in sequence. It's an AoE fire duration and projectile. Okay. Launches at and dealing fire damage in an area on impact. Recasting spell resets the duration for all active embers. Yo! Zarkedi! Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Gonna give you a shout out here real quick. Let me do this. Shout out, Zarkedi. How's it going? How's your QE prep going? Let me follow you as well. There we go. Welcome in, man. I'm Chronix. Hello, everybody. I'm part of the Maxroll PoE2 team. Doing a lot of prep. I have done my Maxroll work for the day already. Now it's just reading, watching videos, catching up on all the crazy new news that we have found so far. I hope you guys are gonna join me. Maybe you guys can even share some cool videos that I haven't seen yet. I'm very much hoping so. Currently, we are watching the open world games video. It's an hour 31 long. This is the present. Yo, Kat, how's it going? This is the presentation. Yesterday's Talk Tavern live. Nice. Yeah, I have watched that yesterday in the evening. The Gazi and DM were so nice as to include my competitive question. I was super happy that they asked. I asked Woody back then to ask the same question, and he did. And now I wanted to get some confirmation on it because there was a huge time and a lot of announcements in between For the Battle Royale? No, no, no. About the races in between seasons and stuff like that. The speedrun stuff, basically, yeah. So I was really happy that he confirmed it again. So that was amazing. When I heard that, that made me really happy. So that's really cool. Yeah, I was looking up what Ember Fusillate it is, whatever that is. And we found out it's a blazing ember that hovers above you, which I think is actually really cool because it follows you around, right? And then embers deal 4% more damage for each previous ember fired in sequence. But what I don't understand is it's just a buff that you put on you, right? That's, I don't know, it's interesting. This doesn't sound bad at all. It just helps with a little bit of additional damage. It costs 6 mana. It lasts... Okay, hover duration is 1.3 seconds, so that's not a lot, so... Yeah, I saw that cut. Yeah, we can take a look. I already saw this. I already looked through it. There's nothing really interesting, right? We know everything out of this. Act 1, 2, 3. We know Rayclast. We know the classes, right? There's nothing new here. Can't click the other stuff, unfortunately. Yeah, new skill gem system, passive skill tree, dual specialization, skill gem system. Did a bit of inspect elementing on this part. Nice. What did you find? And then the only other thing that I saw was this. Living Bomb. They changed Shadow to Assassin. Oh man, I really liked Shadow as, I mean, Assassin as a base class makes more sense, right? I think I think Shadow sounds more like an Ascendancy than Assassin does to me, you know, just if you think about general ARPG or general RPG terms, right? And the only other thing that I found was actually this one. So there are going to be uniques that are going to grant a skill, and then Living Bomb is therefore also supportable. So there are going to be extremely powerful uniques that grant extremely powerful skills that you probably only can get that way. And then you are going to actually get a lot of damage and possibilities opened up to you when you find that unique, right? Could just be web page backend shit though. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, what's that emote? Get good. I'm trying to, man. I'm trying to get good right now. That's what we're doing. Yeah, and then everything else is kind of normal, right? The charm is like... What I like about this is you can kind of see that you actually get 2 charges of the charm here. Like 2.5 even, right? Which I think is actually kind of cool. You just need to get the % increased charges. I think that's nice, right? And then, yeah, I mean, nothing really fancy. And then endgame, second mark, chaos, breach, expedition, ritual, daily, and pinnacle threat, whatever that's going to be. Is there gonna be? Is there something here? No. Nothing on that one. Zana for sure. Yeah, might be. And then that's it. There's not really new info, except like I think the unique staff is pretty interesting, right? I don't know if this is the first unique that we see that also grants a skill, but I mean, that's pretty good info if you ask me. Website data mining, yeah, exactly. Man, you're talking about data mining. I am curious if we're gonna get the talent tree and like all the skills available before the game releases. That would be amazing. Okay, let's keep watching the video. This is probably how this is gonna go, guys. We're just gonna watch a video. If I hope we get the tree. I hope so hard we get the tree. Yeah, man, that would make the wait so much easier, I think. There's a reason they're not doing any preload. They are doing a preload though. They're doing a preload, but that you had this point in the gaming world, you have to do a preload, unfortunately, which also means a lot of stuff is going to get data mined. How many days ahead? We'll have to see. 2-3 days ahead. They had a FAQ on pathofexile.com. There's going to be a preload. I think here. Preload. Where's it? When will I be able to download the client? A few days prior to the early access launch. We'll announce the details in the news so you won't miss it. Right. So there is going to be a preload, which unfortunately means that we are probably also going to data mine who the Uber boss is going to be, which I gotta be honest, I really hate that. But on the other side, I really like that we can kind of like start preparing the tools for Maxroll, you know, like just making a planner, just coming up with ideas, you know, just so you don't like. I mean, I kind of like going in blind, but the problem is it just helps bridge the time until the game goes live so much, you know? Like, imagine we could be theory crafting builds now already. This would be so much fun, you know? The time would be flying because you could be theory crafting one build from start to finish a day, maybe more, you know? This would be so much fun. Going in blind is superior? Yeah, if you think so, sure. Preloads, they generally don't push a lot info into the client for PoE. Yeah, I mean, hopefully they're gonna just preload the most, like they're gonna preload the campaign, hopefully. They're going to preload, you know, like just add tons and tons of assets, and then maybe like 2 hours before the game goes live, then they're gonna patch it, you know? So they can, I don't know, so they can hide all the important stuff, all the hidden stuff, so they can really hide it a little bit longer. I'm sure they're gonna find a way to keep it secret for as long as possible who the Uber boss is. I think that's good. Okay, so we know what the Ember Fossilate is, whatever that word means. I don't even know. Okay, then Arc, Solar Orb, Cold Snap. Flammability, hypothermia, conductivity, frostwall, lightning warp, mana, tempest, fireball. We all know what that is, right? Firestorm, comet, temp chains, flame blast, lightning conduit. I don't know what lightning conduit is, right? Let me see here. Conduit. There it is. Calls down lightning to strike all enemies in a cone in front of you. Deals significantly more damage to shocked enemies, but removes shock from them. Okay. I don't know, man. I don't like building up shock and then removing it. This is like generator spender gameplay that I don't really like, I gotta be honest.
Just as well. And then there's lots of different interesting
Okay. Occult. There's more. Contagion. This is good. We know what this is, right? This is the spread. Does it still do the same thing in PoE2 though? Affects a single enemy with a debuff that deals chaos damage over time. If the enemy dies while affected by contagion, it and all other chaos damage over time debuffs spread to nearby enemies and refresh their durations. Reanimating or detonating a corpse affected by contagion will cause the minion or explosion to spread contagion on hit. That's really nice. There isn't only people that want Geograph, there are also a lot of exploiters. But early means giving them advantages. Yeah. I don't think exploiters care about 1 or 2 days. They're just gonna exploit anyway. I don't think there's gonna be a... I don't think for them it matters. Okay. So yeah, it's kind of cool that you can use contagion for your pet, for your minions. That's pretty interesting to me. Okay, let's read the rest here. Warrior Sniper Unearth. Do we know what that is? Unearth. Raises spikes of bone from earth in front of you, damaging enemies. The bones of corpses in area are ripped out and reassembled into short-lived bone construct minions that fight for you. That is so good, man. Even me, as a non-minion guy, minions look very interesting. Enfeeble, Essence Drain, Arsonist, Bone Cage. Is Enfeeble still the same? Feeble still doing the less damage taken. Okay, causing them to deal less damage. Yeah, nice. 21% less damage and cursed enemies deal 16% less damage. That's actually pretty strong. Do I have that on my list of good stuff? Let me see. Yeah, I do. That's a pretty good spell in my opinion. Curse rather. Where is it? Where is it? I don't find it. Pain Offering, Raise Zombie, Frost Mage, Bone Storm. Ah yeah, we were here. Detonate Dead, Vuln, Profane Ritual. Do we know what Detonate Dead does? Detonate Dead. There we go. Causes a corpse to violently explode, damaging surrounding enemies. Deals fire damage, deals physical damage equal to 20% of corpse's maximum life. Okay, that's pretty strong. What does current Detonate Dead do in damage? How much does it do right now? Yo. Explosion deals base fire damage equal to 8% of the corpse's maximum life. Holy moly, what? No way. This is more than triple. No, wait, how much was it? 30. No, 20. This is 2.5 times as much damage as before. What? Okay, that is a lot of damage. Yo. Okay, man. What? This is insane. Level 22 required. This is 2.6 meters. How much is it right now? Yeah, same. It's also 2.6. What? DD does 20% of the corpse's max life? That is crazy. Cool to see creative ways people will cook DD. Yeah, Revent. But I mean, there is always the traditional way of making corpses, right? But it's fizz now, not fire. Yeah, but it's still 20% of corpse maximum life damage, right? It's still pretty strong. You can probably do some conversion stuff here very easily with it. Yo, what? I didn't even know DD is this strong. Holy shit. Okay, that's crazy. Vuln, Profane Ritual, what does that do? Let's go vulnerability. Like this. Lose armor. Okay. And Profane Ritual. I read this one already, but what does it do again? Fire DD Infernalist. Avatar of Fire DD Infernalists incoming. Yeah, Infernalist for sure. Everything ignites, and then then you're back to playing DD Ignite, man. Holy moly. It's just about how do you get corpses? Like, how reliably can you do corpses? And you probably need, like, I would do some piercing, high single target spell that you shoot into a pack so that you create one corpse and then you press DD and then it dies. Marks a corpse with a profane rune, dealing chaos damage over time to nearby enemies. When the ritual is completed, the corpse is consumed and you gain a power charge. That's pretty cool. Despair, Reaver, Dark Effigy. Despair. Chaos Res, Dark Effigy. Raises a totem that bombards enemies afflicted by chaos damage over time. Debuffs. Okay. Yeah, I have written this down. I have written down ED Contagion, Despair, Dark Effigy, Profane Ritual as like a offensive set of attacks that you would want to do. Just need to find out on which class you kind of want to do this on. Bone Offering, Storm Mage, Hex Blast. There you go. There's the Hex Blast. Hex Blast. I already read Hex Blast, right? Deals chaos damage, maximum 9 explosions. Detonates curses on enemies detonates curses on enemies in an area. Wait, you cast it once and it detonates all curses on enemies in an area. So if everything is cursed, then you get 9 explosions for 1 hex blast. Wait, that is insanely sick. What? This is so much damage then. Imagine they all overlap as well. I mean, base explosion radius is 1.6 meters. Base wave radius is 2.8. Yo, what? The hex blast is sick then. It just triggers on all enemies in an area. I didn't even know this. I thought you press it per enemy then. Yeah, but it says it's AoE chaos level 41. Holy moly. This is pretty strong. This is pretty strong as well for sure. Hexblast, Skeleton Brood, Cleric, Power Offering. Okay, that's it.
You can use across classes too. So that's just a quick rundown on what you can expect for the Monk. Now we're going to move on to the Sorceress. So the Sorceress is our primary elemental spellcaster. She's going to attack mostly from range. She has high damage but low survivability. The area we're entering here is in Act 3 called the Forge. This is an area like an ancient Vaal forge where they were making various, forging various gold things. So she's using a combination of lightning and fire here. Once again, there's lots of interesting combos that we want to do, but one of the things that I'd really like to kind of show you to get a taste for one of the other character development areas we have in PoE 2 is support gems. So support gems are, in PoE 2, you get them by finding an uncut support, and when you open this by default, what you're going to see is just...
Okay, faster casting is clear. Fortress is the thing that it does the... whatever you support, it does in a circle, right? And Hourglass, what's that? Hourglass, let's see. Pseudo brittle on crit. Supported skills deal 35% more damage. Supported skill have plus 8 seconds to cooldown. I'm curious how we are going to... abuse this. Corpse conservation. That sounds there is an ammo conservation as well that has a 40% chance to not consume a bolt. So if this is the same thing, that's going to be amazing. You consume game within a chance to take effect without destroying the corpse. Yo man, DD is going to be sick. What? Holy moly, man. And then you need to do some sort of prolif with this as well. That would be sick. Supports for flicker, and I just noticed that. That's so disgusting. Nice.
Just a few recommendations. If you go through the different skills...
I like this. I think this is going to help so many people, the recommended shit here. And then you have 9, so you will always have more than enough, and people can actually pick and choose. I think they should have made this a little bit more obvious right here, that you can uncheck the show recommended gems, for example.
That you have on the left. There's...
Okay, Spark. What do we have? Arcane Search is the same as in PoE 1. Conduction. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's right here. Supported skills have 100% more chance to shock. Okay. Pierce should be just Pierce, right? Pierce is +1, basically. Projectiles from supported skills pierce an enemy. Projectiles from supported skills deal 30% less damage if they've pierced an enemy. Yeah, so Pierce you're literally going to put ideally on your main AoE clearing ability all of the time, right? If it's a projectile, I guess. Okay. Then coursing current. No clue what that is. Coursing current. There we go. Shocking hits from supported skills have a 50% chance to also shock enemies in a 2.5 meter radius. That is cool. That is cool. it's like pseudo course, pseudo shock, not prolife, but like spread, right? That's kind of cool. Mana flare. Okay, let's see. Mana flare. Support skills trigger mana flare on critical hit. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to trigger mana flare on crit hit. The mana flare consumes your mana to deal fire damage. Cannot support the skills of minions. Okay. Especially on all monk enjoyers. Yeah, but how is monk going to crit so often? I know you can play the Stormcaller Ascendancy. No, what's the Ascendancy called? The not Acolyte of Chayula, the other one. What's the other name again? Invoker, there you go. How are you going to crit all the time to get this one right here? I don't know how you're going to like always crit. Okay, what's the next? Shock Siphon. At least in normal PoE. Well, yeah, normal PoE. This is... Oh, there is Shock Prolife, look. Shocking hits from I have a chance to also shock enemies in 2.5 meter radius. Okay, nice. So there is Shock Prolife. That's kind of nice. Okay, Soul... No, what were we looking up? Shock Siphon, there you go. Have a 2% energy shield when a support skill deals a killing blow to a shocked enemy. I don't know, man. This reads like damage on Tuesdays to me. I don't know, man. I don't know. We can't make fun of damage on Tuesdays and then be like, oh, this gem is cool. I'm sorry. This reads like damage on Tuesdays to me. That's so weird.
Different recommended skill gems for each.
Wait. That was too fast, Jonathan.
And when you open this by default, what you're going to see is just a few recommendations. If you go through the different skills that you have on the left, there's different recommended skill gems for each. PoE2, you get them by finding an uncut support. And when you open this by default, what you're going to see is just a few recommendations. If you go through the different skills that you have on the left, there's different recommended skill gems for each.
Ignition. I mean, it's also pretty self-explanatory, but let's have a look. Ignition. There's also Ignite Prolife. Does it do the same thing? No. See, like Ignite Prolife is not conditional as much as Shock Prolife, for example. Not a true dedicated wiki yet. Yeah, of course. Like this is going to be probably a video that I'm gonna make, but there's like, for example, right? You can just take, the PoE2skills.com, for example, right? And now you can type in Arctic Armor, okay? Now you read through the Arctic Armor here, right? And you go like, huh, okay, well, maybe I'll use it, right? Like 7% less physical damage taken per stage, gain 1 stage every 1.5 seconds, maximum 3 stages, but only against melee attacks. You go like, huh, maybe if I have problems with melee attacks, you're going to be like, okay, let's use Arctic Armor. But now you go to PoEDB and you go to Arctic Armor here, and now you read through this and it says deals 18 to 28 cold damage per stage, gain a stage every 1.42 seconds up to a max of 3 stages. And while the barrier has stages, melee attacks that hit you will remove a stage to cause the burst of ice that deals cold spell damage to the attacker. There's literally no damage reduction on here anymore. This is the best example of take everything with a grain of salt. We don't even know which one is the more up-to-date one. Is this the Arctic Armor that is good? If this is like, which one is the correct Arctic armor, right? Like, look at this. If this is the real Arctic armor, it's complete dog shit. No one's going to use this. But if this is the correct Arctic armor, then everyone's going to run it, right? So there is a huge grain of salt there, actually, that you need to have ready. Because it's actually a huge, there are huge discrepancies. Okay, ignition. Ignition. Also, what I find disturbing is, why is Ignite Prolif not damage on Tuesdays, while Shock Prolif is like crazy damage on Tuesdays? It's weird. Ignition, the support skills have 50% more chance to ignite. Okay. Multiple projectiles. Let's read through this. Multiple proj. There's multiple poison. What's that? Support skill can poison enemies an additional time. Okay, that's sick. With this, you can do... You already have 2 poison stakes, right? And then you play Pathfinder, you're already at 4. So that's kind of crazy. Supported skills deal 20% less projectile damage. Supported skills fire 2 additional projectiles. Supported skills have 20% less attack and cast speed. Yeah, so this is extremely strong still, right? And the other one is... Where is it? Unleash. Unleash is the one on the staff. Wait. Ah, but on the staff? Wait, I don't understand. So it is sometimes on the staff, but then you also don't need to have the staff and still can get the unleash from what it looks like, right? So this was repeat a skill 2 times, right? Repeat the next skill 2 times. Supported spells gain a seal every 200% of cast time to a maximum of 2 seals, okay. So you need to stack it first. You can't just activate it and then it's... Wait, does it have a cooldown here? Look, the Unleash here doesn't have a cooldown, right? But the Unleash that we saw in the video back then had a cooldown and was on the staff. So this is... Like, there's so much different infos, obviously. We need to... Like, to fully theory craft everything and to understand everything from start to finish, you need to wait. Like, you can get a broad perspective on everything, but like learning every skill by heart doesn't make any sense right now, because there is already more than 2 variants of every skill existing. You don't even know which one is the correct one. Fire pen, let's have a look at that. Fire pen. You penetrate 20% fire risk. Okay, and then the next one is fiery death. That's right here. Killing blows from supported skills against ignited enemies have 60% chance to cause the enemy to explode. That's pretty strong, but for how much damage though? Is this just like corpse consumption so that you can't get DD'd? Or how does this work? Yeah, see, like there is just straight up info missing, for example. Okay, elemental focus. Elemental focus. Oops. Supported skills deal 25% more ally damage. Supported skills cannot inflict elemental ailments. That's fine. That is definitely gonna be used by some builds. And then fork. Fork is something that you're gonna put on every main projectile AoE clearing ability for sure. Projectiles from supported skills fork. Projectiles from support skills deal 50% less damage after forking. I think the whole damage on Tuesday thing is fine when your builds are it's always Tuesday and not I need Monday to Sunday in my builds. Yeah. We'll have to see if it really is what you're saying. I really hope that it's what you're saying, Cut. I trust GGG to give us the option to always have Tuesdays. That is correct. Yep. I haven't seen it that way. You are right. Hits from support skills that would freeze enemies, inflict brittle instead. Enemies made brittle this way are unaffected by freeze and chill. Yo, this is strong. Fragility support. Hits from supported skills that would freeze enemies, inflict brittle instead. Brittlest, they take more crit damage, right? If I remember correctly. Hits against brittle enemies have up to 6% chance to critically strike. Okay, so 6% more crit chance. Okay. Okay, let's keep watching.
For each skill.
Okay, chain. I have already seen a problem with chain. Look, when you go... obviously finds temp chains as well. Chain. You would want to have that on your imagine you're a merc, right? You obviously want to have this on your rapid fire, for example, on your main projectile-based ability that you're basically spamming. And that's base crit, I'm pretty sure. That would be sick, yeah. It has to be. And you obviously want to have chain on the rapid fire, for example, right? So supported skills, chain +1 times, just insanely upping your clear by so much, right? And then supported skills, chain 100% more times, supported skill deal 50% less damage with hits. The problem with this is, though, you need to swap out the chain every time you're killing a boss. So in the campaign, if you're running chain, you need to take out the chain every time you're fighting a boss. Because else you're gonna get fucked. Else you do 0 damage, right? I mean, if it's a 2 boss fight, then you can leave it in, right? It also depends on the boss. Like, if there is a main target that you want to kill because it's like doing Giga AoE, then you still take it out and focus one guy, right? That's gonna be very important. Depends on the skill. Yeah, not really. I mean, supported skills deal 50% less damage with hits. I mean, okay. If you are just using the projectile as a vessel, yeah, of course. But like on the main, 14 months, the Froggy, thank you so much. Holy shit, 14 months, 14 months, man. Holy shit, amazing. Yeah, it depends on the skill, right? If you want to just apply ailments, then you don't care about the damage with hits, right? Can't even count to 14. True. Is there Cobra Lash even in the game? I don't even know, man. So, I would love Cobra Lash. No, there's no Cobra right now. But I mean, maybe it's in the game. We just don't have it here. We have never seen it. But I mean, Cobra Lash is kind of like a shadow / assassin type skill. So it's probably coming later, right? All aimers take the damage on the size of the hit now. Oh, true. Yeah, which makes chain very weak for that. Yeah, I mean, chain obviously giga nice for like clear, but as soon as you see a boss, you need to take it out. Just swords ain't even in game yet. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy, man. It's literally crazy. There's one passage that I want to rewatch with you guys when they talk about rarity. I rewatched the part once. I'm sorry, I don't get it. I need your help. I'm dumb. I don't understand. I need you guys' help. I really want to understand it, but we're gonna watch it later. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do, Cut, I think. Help from us. Yeah. Okay, chain increase limit. That's just +1 usage or what? Supported skills have +1 to limit. Supported skills have 50% less skill effect duration. Support skills which can be limited number of effects active at once. Increase that limit at the cost of their duration. Supports skills which can have a limit number of effects active at once. Wait, what? So I can use increase limit on like unleash? And then I get one more hit, one more skill to unleash? That's sick. That's kind of crazy. Right? Because you don't really care about the skill effect duration on unleash. You're gonna you're gonna press unleash and then you're gonna unleash, right? You don't really, you don't care about the duration at all because it's insta gone. Lightning pen, how strong is this? It was 20% for lightning pen. It was 20% for fire. Yeah, so also 20% for lightning, and then mana flare. Mana flare. Supported skills trigger mana flare on crits. That's the fire damage shit, right? Causing it to trigger mana flare on crit. Mana flare consumes your mana to deal fire damage. Can support the skills of minions. Okay. Okay, let's keep watching.
That you have. So what we're
Addition, multiple approach, unleash, fire death, fork, elemental focus, fire pen. We watched all of this.
trying to do is just make sure that for new players,
Arcane Surge, Conduction, Fear, Shock, Cypher, Mana Flare, Coursing Current. What's this? Coursing Current. Shocking hits from supported skills have a 50% chance to also shock enemies in a 2.5. There's so much prolif, man. I like that. Yeah, exactly, Cut. Right? Like, you just get +1 limit. Like, what? That sounds broken. Or time freeze, right? Like, I don't think you need the full time freeze duration. I think it's more, it looks like more of an oh shit button kinda, or like repositioning tool or so. You just press it and then you just reposition. And it looked to last very long, right? So you press it, you reposition, and then boop, they're out again, and now you can use it again. Is this one of the games with 10 skills with a front bar and back bar rotation like ESO? No, this is an ARPG. You press skills and monsters die. Pseudo awaken spell. Yeah, exactly. There's no real rotation. There's gonna be a priority list that you are going to do probably, but not a full-on rotation like World of Warcraft or so. That's not gonna on a boss. Yes. 5 skills or 10 skills. 9. It can sometimes also be 12 if you want, but you don't need to use all of them. Some of them are also passive. Some of them trigger when certain other things using happens, right? I would suggest you take a look at Path of Exile 1 to understand Path of Exile 2. Or you look at Path of Exile 2's. There are very good videos on Path of Exile 2. For example, type into YouTube Path of Exile 2 Ranger gameplay and then take the one from the official Path of Exile YouTube channel. How do you do 12 on a console controller? No clue. You buy a PC. That's what you do.
it's very easy for them to pick something that's just going to work. In this case, what we might do for Spark is pick Pierce. The reason why that's good is because Spark is a skill that creates a lot of projectiles that run around the grid.
Wait, Spark doesn't pierce? Spark. Until they hit an enemy or expire. Ooh, okay.
Ground and then bounce off walls.
There is controller gameplay. Type in Bajira like this. Bajira PoE. And this guy has multiple hour-long videos of controller gameplay on his YouTube channel. My mom with too much to do to buy a PC to play a game. But where's the difference in playing the game on controller than playing the game on PC? Yeah. Type this guy in. This guy has multiple hour gameplay footages with controller.
If we're able to pierce through monsters, it means that they can bounce off a wall and potentially hit a monster again. So that can make it a lot more powerful.
How does Fork Spark? Fork should work because it's a projectile, right? You will see the light one day. Yeah, exactly. We can't rescue them all. We can at least try. You appreciate the help? No problem.
You are filling up areas with things like that. We're going to try and relight up the forge here in order to be able to get to the boss. So that's what Octavian's doing here. So one of the other things that we might want to pick is multiple projectiles for one of our skills. So, for example, we've got Fireball. If you fire it without multiple projectiles, you get a single fireball that explodes. Throw multiple projectiles on there, and you know, obviously it does what you might expect. You get multiple fireballs. So one of the things that's important is that you can actually move these skill gems, support gems around between skills. For example, if we took the multiple projectiles and instead we put it on, I don't know, this ice, I think you've got an ice skill somewhere, Frostbolt, then you'd be able to make that into multiple projectiles instead. So effectively, this is the way, another area of character progression that you can use in order to improve your characters in PoE. So you want to, I think there was another one as well actually. Yeah, Firewall. Let's try Firewall. So Firewall is a skill that allows you to create a wall of fire. If you fire projectiles through that, it's going to add fire to the lightning projectiles that we fire through. So that is quite a nice little combo there as well. But if we want, there's another skill, a support gem I think is quite interesting called Fortress. If you throw that on any skill that creates a wall, was that the one? Yep. Then when you cast it, it's going to make a circle, which you can either put around you or around the monster. So that means you can cast that and then fire in all directions afterwards. So you know, it can add a little bit of power. It might be a little bit easier in this area as well when you've got tight quarters.
I don't know, man. This is so strong. I feel like just arc firewall, and you have that. As soon as you find your second uncut skill gem, you instantly have this combo on Soak. It's insane for clear. Probably gonna suck on bosses though.
All right. Now the next thing we're going to show is the Warrior.
I don't know, man. It feels like it's so good. Arc and firewall. Crazy.
So the Warrior is our kind of big tanky melee class. Unlike the Monk, he's a lot slower, but he hits a lot harder. He's just going to change to WASD, which works a bit better on this class. Right, so here's the Warrior. Now at the moment he's using a two-hand weapon, so he's going to be hitting very slow, but very hard.
I love it so much that you can see the rage
but there's also
building
something
up on
else
the
you
character.
can do as well in PoE 2, which we didn't have in PoE 1, which is that if you switch to a shield and a one-hand item, then you've also got active block. So this is something that actually comes in handy. It's not so useful for just regular trash monsters unless they've got some special ability, but it can be quite nice against bosses. So let's have a quick look at that. So this is a big boss here, and the thing with bosses, they have large telegraphed attacks. So if you use active block here, you can use that to avoid all damage from the front, which is quite nice. Now there are attacks that have a little red flash that you can't block, but for the most part you can.
I need more time.
I think when you press block, you were automatically blocking towards your mouse, I guess, right? Yeah, might be Revan. Let's see firewall actually. Is it one word? Wait, what? Why is there no firewall? What's happening? Fire. Ah, it's flame wall. Whoops. Creates a wall of fire which deals burning damage to everything in its area. Each enemy that enters the wall also receives one secondary burning debuff which persists for a shorter duration after leaving the wall. Any projectiles fired through the wall will apply the wall secondary debuff on hit. Usually, for example, on Usually you have, I think it's called ammo. Is it burst? Which is it? No, what's the name of the freezing ammo? Cold clip, I think. No, clip. Okay. That's a bit too loud for me.
I need more time.
Now, one of the key areas that we haven't talked about yet in Path of Exile in terms of character customization is, of course, the passive tree. So Path of Exile is really well
Login. Is he accidentally maybe hovering a skill? That would be nice.
known for
Of
having
the ascent. Oh, there you go. See, did you see it?
Now, one of the key areas that we haven't talked about yet in Path of Exile in terms of character customization is, of course, the passive tree. So Path of Exile is really well known for having a giant passive tree.
Just start Flicker Strike Infernalist. Holy shit, Titan has some insane nodes. Okay, wait. So let's pause at the correct time here. Oh no. Okay, I missed it again.
Tree.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Talked about yes on Path of Exile.
I need to. I'm trying to settle hit something here. Okay, there we go. Let's try to hit that frame where they are hovering, whatever spell it is. Okay, do it. Do it. Ah, ah, ah. No, okay. We already know this one.
For having a giant passive tree. There's 1,500 nodes in the passive tree, and all the classes use the same tree.
Ah, there was another hover, did you see?
Character customization is, of course, the passive tree. So Path of Exile is really well known for having a giant passive tree. There's 1,500 nodes in the passive tree, and all the classes use...
Ah! I think it's just a starter node, right? Oh, what's this? Armor? Which one is it? It's probably just this one, right?
Use the same tree. However, they start on different locations. So the warrior, for example, starts on the bottom left side here, and because of the fact he starts there, he gets access.
That was another hover, did you see? 20 armor. Okay, let's see. %16 increased stun build-up. Oh. There more?
He starts there, he gets access to a lot more of the melee focused elements on the tree. Now, to quickly explain how the passive tree works.
Sneaky. There was another one, did you see?
Works.
God, I hate it to go frame by frame on YouTube. At some point, it just starts loading again. 20% more maximum life is ridiculous, man. Holy shit. What the fuck? Holy.
Tree works. There are a few different types of nodes here. The smallest nodes are just like minor nodes.
Increase melee damage.
Very simple increases.
Increase melee damage.
Like, for example, you've just got melee damage.
Increase melee damage, okay.
Here and that kind of thing. But the thing you're probably going to want to go for are called notables. Notables are the very slightly larger nodes, and they have much more interesting effects. They're often going to depend a little bit on what kind of build you're doing.
This is interesting. Shift says compare. I'm curious what that does.
For example, this one here is 20% more damage against heavy stunned enemies with maces. This is something you're obviously only going to care about if you're heavy stunning enemies a lot, and of course using maces. So a lot, these notables are the things that are really going to define your character, and the list of notables is really when it comes to making build guides and things. Is this is what really matters. And in PoE 2, I've really tried to push the fact that notables are a lot more interesting, so there's a lot more stuff going on with them. But as well As notables, there's also other big nodes on the tree called keystones. And keystones are unique because they have both upsides and downsides. So an example of one right here is called giant.
This node is just fucking insane, man. Every melee enjoyer is pogging out of their mind when they see this. I'm curious how rough it's going to be to have double attributes.
Giant's blood. It says you can wield two-hand axes.
Give me 1 second, please. Is this?
Increased difficulty bleeds away slowly.
How am I supposed
More
to
freeze
flicker
will
with?
always let you freeze the boss more often, but this system means it will. He doesn't have the defenses of a more melee-oriented character. If you want to help with this,
Give me a second here. I need to see something. Come on, why is it loading so weird? Dual wield quarter staff would be so good. Holy moly. How is that supposed to look like? But it doesn't work. It says it's dual wield axes, swords, and the other shit, right? Come on, what is happening here?
increased difficulty bleeds away slowly. Look at the fact that in PoE1 used for ongoing more spirit, enemies' confidence is down. Further away did that because they had that, they all spammed your heart-focused powers for casters to use. Here's next spell. Now, of course, you're probably going to. It's got a pretty cool built-in spell called Unleash. Using it slams your staff on the ground and will allow you to triple cast whatever you cast with your next spell. Now, of course, you're probably going to want to use that with something powerful, and Comet is a great option. You'll notice that Unleash is one of the few skills in PoE2 with a cooldown. In general, we really try to avoid using cooldowns because we really hate the feeling that combat is just waiting to be able to use one of lightning targets.
Maces and swords in one hand, but you get double attribute requirements of weapons.
200x
So effectively, if
maces
you want to use a
and
giant two-hand
swords.
sword, but
Yeah.
you still want to use a shield, you've got a way to do that. You just have to meet the attribute requirements to do it, which could be tricky for in-game bases. There's also other keystones, a few examples from other classes. There's one here that is, from PoE1. Maximum life becomes 1, but you're immune to chaos damage. Since chaos damage does double damage to energy shield, this is something that you might want to use. Once you've got that, you don't have to worry about chaos damage anymore. You just need to build for energy shield and not life. Or another example of one that's been modified from PoE1 is Mind Over Matter. All damage is taken from mana before life, but you have 50% less mana recovery rate. If you're going to build for this, it means you don't have to worry about life once again, but you will have to build a huge amount of mana pool in order to sustain that. So these are the kind of things that you can pick from keystones that, as I said, have upsides and downsides and interesting trade-offs. Now, there is one other mechanic as well that I want to quickly talk about. So if you go back to the character and just have a look, Octavian was manually switching between, if you go back to the character and see, so Octavian was manually switching between one-hand and two-handed weapon sets. He was just pushing X to do that. When he's using both sets, there are things on the passive tree that you might want to be able to use for one or the other. So another unique feature for PoE2 on the passive tree is the ability to split passives in two.
Yeah, I mean, we all know this, right?
In order to the other one here. These passives will only be allocated when you're holding the
The
other
cool thing about this is you can... I mean, everyone is going to use a second weapon set though, right? Like nobody's not going to use a second weapon set.
weapon set when he's using his one-hand weapon. So effectively,
I will be using my second weapon set to shield charge. Yeah, you will for sure. Like the easiest no-brainer for me as a second weapon set is for sure just use a shield to raise your shield. There is a unique shield that looks like the slob, the big stone basically. and it allows you to block everything. So also spells. So you're literally just going to slap that in. You're just going to block everything from the front every time you need to block something. And you're going to use shield charge. That's pretty much it. And then maybe we can find like something in the game that allows you something cool that you can put in the main hand for this with your shield. So you have a utility setup in your offhand basically, and then your main setup in your main hand. Right, that's probably how it's gonna look like for the start. I think it's just literally just equip a shield and then have raise shield bound and shield charge bound, and that's what you do with your offhand for now, I guess. Can you link your Twitch? Yeah, the Twitch is linked everywhere on my profile. Literally everywhere.
If he presses the weapon swap button now, it'll switch from one set to the other. So that means that he can effectively dynamically adjust his passives based on what weapon sets he wants to use. But the other thing as well is in order to make it a lot easier for you to be able to use different passives in your, different passives and different weapons for different skills, we also have the ability to pick for a given skill which weapon set you want to use it with. So for example, the Stampede skill here, if you've got a shield, then when you use the skill, it will be blocking the entire time, if you just demonstrate that quickly. So if you use a Stampede, because you hold your shield in front of you, you're blocking the entire time you're charging. And using the one-hand weapon will also be a lot faster because it's got higher attack speed. So that's something we'd much rather use with our one-hand weapon. But when, for example, we're doing our Earthquake or our Double Slam, this is charging, and we only want to use with our two-hand weapon because it's faster because it's got higher attack speed. So that's something we'd much rather use with our one-hand weapon. But when, for example, we're doing our Earthquake, Double Slam, this is something that we probably only want to use with our two-hand weapon because we want to do the most damage. So that means we can turn it off with the other weapon set, and now when you use your two-hand, when you use that, it'll switch to your two-hand weapon automatically. So effectively, this allows you to have multiple weapon sets and do a lot of different things. It's also very good for, for example, on the sorceress earlier, she was using lightning and fire. She can have two different staffs, one that's geared for one that's geared for the other, as well as spec a passive tree out as well. So that's another character development.
This looks very weird. I was just counting. Counting the skills,
she
right?
can have two different staffs, one that's geared for one that's geared for the other, as well as spec a passive tree set. And now,
but what's kind of weird is if we take a look at this, when they scroll from bottom to top here. Let me see here. One more time.
Skills based on what weapon sets he wants to use. But the other thing as well is in order to make it a lot easier for you to be able to use different passives in your, different passives and different weapons for different skills, we also have the ability to pick for a given skill which weapon set you want to use it with. So for example, the Stampede skill here, if you've got a shield, then when you use the skill, it will be blocking the entire time, if you just demonstrate that quickly. So if you use a Stampede, because you hold your shield,
where did it go?
He can
there you go.
effectively dynamically adjust his passives based on what weapon sets he wants to use. But the other thing as well is in order to make it a lot easier for you to be able to use different...
So, look at this. This is probably the offhand setup, right? Or the other weapon setup, right? This is probably the other weapon setup, and it's like grayed out and has this little exclamation mark on it because, well, it's currently not the active thing, right? And then we have 1, 2
passives.
Come on, 1, 2. So Mace Strike, Earthquake, Leap Slam, Stampede. Oh no. Is he not gonna continue scrolling? Shockwave Totem, Infernal Cry. Oh, he's not gonna scroll to the bottom, is he? Oh fuck, man. Where was this? Where he was scrolling? On the thing here. I counted 9, and it had the grayed out things that were on the offhand. It's pretty clear to me
so the Ranger
that it's 9 maximum. That's fine.
Bow cast, bow user, and she's all about range and mobility. So one of the first things we did when we were developing the Ranger is we wanted to make sure that everything you do can be done while moving. So this just makes the game feel a lot more fluid. So it's just a lot more...
I'm curious how the Pathfinder thing is going to feel with the 30% less movement penalty while shooting and moving. That's going to be very interesting to me, to be honest.
Mobile even from that. But she also has a lot of vaulting skills that allow her to jump up. For example, there's one there that like freezes monsters. She jumps up and she can jump over monsters and freeze them. So this kind of thing allows you to, you know, yeah, as I said, feel a lot more mobile in combat. Make sure you can get away from the monsters, which you need to do since, you know, she isn't necessarily the most tanky character. Now, one of the things you might have noticed if you're a PoE 1 player is the bottom left of the screen there, there's only 2 flasks, just a life and a mana flask. We've actually changed how the flask system works in PoE 2 very recently. Now you get 1 life and 1 mana flask, and that's all. And the reason we actually did that is we found that...
Yes, cut. Exactly. They can have 100% reduced movement penalty. Wait, true. So why would you even click... Why would you even click the one on the Pathfinder then? That doesn't make any sense, right? When you can have the Roar, why would you do on the Pathfinder? Why would you do this on the Pathfinder? This right here. Or is it a skill? It's a skill that can be used by everyone, but it doesn't increase your movement speed, but only projectile attacks have no penalty when cast on a roar. That's what they said in the Tavern Talk. That's what Jonathan said on the Tavern Talk. Literally. Like, everyone can use it, but it's not faster than moving. And only projectile attacks get the bonus of not having a movement penalty while shooting. Are you able to be knocked off the roar? Yes. What's this?
There was a problem in PoE 1 called Flask Piano, where everyone was just sitting there pressing 1, 2, 3, 5 constantly, flasking. The thing is, so we've actually buffed Flask significantly so that each flask has a lot more charges. But
wait, I want to see the numbers here real quick. Flask Piano, yeah, true. I mean, I'm happy it's gone. I just wish, I really hope that. Imagine you are CI, okay? Imagine you are making a CI build. Well, now I'm stuck with my fucking life flask. Right? I hope I can somehow... I want to be able to sacrifice one of the flasks for something else. Especially, like, at some point you're gonna have your mana solved, right? I want to put something else there. I don't want to, like... I don't want them to be useless. And from the information that we have right now in endgame, one or the other might actually become useless. Give me useless flasks? No. Really? What? Why, man? You don't want to press those? I want to press them, man. I want to press that. I want to press 1 and 2. I don't want just a useless shit right here that does nothing.
Hype. Now, one of the main things that people were doing in PoE 1 when they were using flasks is they had they were using the other flask slots for mostly things that were making them resistant to various element types and so on. And so we
I'm not
going to
press 9.
That to still be the case and still have interesting character customization there. So we've added a new type of item called charms. Charms charge up using flask charges, so as you kill monsters, but they automatically trigger in order to grant you immunity to certain things at the point when you get those things. So for example,
I don't know, man. I think this system is gonna... Sorry. Okay. Like Pathfinder for like 60 I just didn't have to press flasks. Yeah, I think there's gonna be a lot of work still that needs to be done with the flask system. I think it's a great step in the right direction, but it's not finished.
Example here, this is used when you become ignited and then grants immunity to ignite. So if you're having trouble with fire damage, then you can throw that on there. If you get ignited, it'll automatically quench you.
Revan, or this, yes, or this, exactly, something like that. Because I don't want to have useless. I don't want this part of my UI be completely useless. Like, you never need to look here except life, maybe. But then you're also gonna put. Well, you never really need to look here anyway. I'm just saying that. I don't want, like, you know, it feels bad having them there and they are not applicable to your build. You know, it lets you have 2 life flasks already. Yeah. I know this, so, but I'm hoping for. I hope let me put another charm in there instead of like. Imagine I play CI and there is no way that my health flask, that my life flasks recovers ES. Let me put another charm. Give me the ability, let me do something. Let me get I don't know, maybe something on the belt or so. Maybe who knows, maybe the 4th trial is actually allowing us to manipulate our belt so we can have other uses for charms, or like increased charm effects, or like change the life flask effect or the mana flask effect, right? Who knows? Maybe it's already in the in development and we just don't know yet, right? But I just having them there and you are like, well, I don't need to press them, they're just there, feels not like that's something GGG would do, to be honest.
And then it will charge up again from killing monsters. Now, there are lots of different charms that have different abilities. They trigger on different things. They get you. They make you resistant to different things. They can also get mods, from crafting and so on. So you can make them an interesting part of your build. But the point is, they're always automatic. You don't have to manually trigger them. So it kind of solves that problem of having to manually use flasks constantly. You get the ability to use more charms by getting higher level belts. This is relatively lower level, so you've only got 1 charm slot there. As you get higher level belts, you get more slots up to 3. And there might even be some uniques that lead to more charms later on as well, of course.
Oh, there you go. So there it is, right? There's probably a unique that says 1 or 2, right? Depending on how it rolls. That's probably the Mage Blood equivalent, I would say. 1 or 2 of your other flasks can now use charms instead, for example, right? I think that's just how it's gonna go, right?
Now, one of the other things that we wanted to upgrade as well is that we found, so in PoE 2, there's a huge amount of encounters and bosses. There are actually 50 bosses in early access. There's going to be 100 in the final game. So one of the things we've changed is we've upgraded the map to actually allow you to see all of those on the map. So if you zoom in a little bit there, you can see
I think this is very, very good. Very, very good.
There's a bunch of bosses and random encounters around the area. Near to where Octavian is right now, you can see that there's a boss called Silver Black Fist, and that means that in this area there's something to find, a boss to encounter. So yeah, as I said, the bosses often have things that you can use to increase your character power as well. So it's important to kill them.
I want to log in to this game as much as I have never wanted to log in a game, man. Holy shit, I want to do this boss, man. I really do. Holy moly. Yeah, exactly. can't wait to buy one of the big boy packs this week. Giga chat.
Forgive me, great creature.
So as you can see, he dropped a book of specialization there. And this is one of the items that allows you to do the split passive points in the passive tree, but it also gives you more passive points as well. So it's something that you're going to definitely want to find. Now, there are other bosses around the game that have different bonuses and so on, so it's definitely a good idea to explore all the encounters throughout the game and find all of those things. So next we're going to talk about the Witch. And while we're showing the Witch, it's also a good time to talk about one of the other character progression systems in Path of Exile 2, which is Spirit. So the Witch is a primary summoner, but she also has a range of other supporting skills. But the thing we want to show you first is just the fact that she often, and in fact all the classes use a resource called Spirit. So there's a new type of skill gem, an uncut Spirit gem, which you can use here, and that'll give you a bunch of these, another skill screen with a bunch more abilities. What these ones are is for giving you things that are kind of somewhere halfway between a passive bonus and an active one. This one here called Grim Feast feeds on corpses to bolster your energy shield, but we've got lots of these for all classes. All classes can use them. For example, on Sorceress, here you've got Arctic Armor. There's one here called Raging Spirits, which...
oh yeah, the Arctic Armor is shit. Did you see? It's like, it's the giga shit version. Okay, if that version goes live, like no one is gonna fucking use Arctic Armor. Like holy shit, it's so bad. Look at this. Is it not going back? There you go. Sometimes I hate YouTube playback. Sometimes it just doesn't fucking work. And it just keeps buffering. You know what?
Every time you use a fire skill, it's your energy shield. But we've got lots of these for all classes. All classes can use them. For example, on Sorceress, here you've got Arctic Armor. There
you go. Yeah, this is so bad, man. Holy shit. This is really bad. Like no one's gonna fucking use this. Imagine it if it was the 7% stacking thing, but it would only be against melee, but I mean that would be still pretty good in my opinion.
One here called Raging Spirits, which means that every time you use a fire skill, it summons a Raging Spirit. So you can, like as I said, it's somewhere between like an active and a passive. But for the minion characters in particular, they're going to want to get a lot of Spirit because all minions are paid for with the same resource. So what we're going to do here is, in order to use Spirit, effectively what you do is you go to the skill screen, and if you've got minions there, you can just click the little plus button, get some extra minions, and there you go. Now, these are permanent minions, which means that if they die, they're going to respawn again automatically. You don't have to spawn them constantly. And that means that during boss fights and things like that, it makes it a lot easier. You don't have to worry about having to have corpses every time. That
Cozy armor.
But we also do want to support large minion armies, and because of that, we also have minion skills that you can summon from corpses as well. So all these little scorpions here, those are summoned from corpses. While you're clearing, you'll get large armies. During boss fights, it'll be a little bit more focused using the minions, your permanent minions for the most part. Now he's also got some other supporting skills.
I don't know, man. Minions look insane in this game, man. I gotta be honest.
So he's got a skill called Contagion that'll spread between monsters and other things like Essence Drain and so on, like just a few other chaos damaging skills. Now the other thing with minions is that all the permanent minions come with extra abilities that you can trigger manually. So you see those little markers on your minions. You can use those to explode your minions. So that's the Arsonists. It's their ability. They'll throw a little bomb and explode your minion. There's also other ones. For example, the Snipers have the ability to create little gas clouds. And the more minions you have, the more often you can use those abilities. So effectively, it means that each minion also effectively serves as an extra skill as well as being a meat shield for you as well.
I think putting minions over to Spirit and then also using Spirit for the auras was genius, man. It's so good. It alleviates the gameplay by so much, especially like mind over meta and all of this stuff just freed up also due to this, right? Like you by doing this, you created so many more possibilities. It's so good, and you moved away super far from just use this and that and this and this, and then just hold down right click just by that spell, because you can actually work now with mana costs and things like that, and you can actually worry about mana costs now as a developer, right? Before you're like, well, no one's going to use it because they're reserving all of their mana, right? But now you can actually work with like, oh, this is a spell that has like, that costs like all of your mana. Do you want to use it or not? You know, but it's going to be powerful. Stuff like that, you know, that wasn't possible before and it's now possible. So that's really, really interesting to me how they were keen enough to do this, right? And like came up with the idea and were like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go. Let's overthrow this system that we've been using for so long and actually try out something. And I think they did an amazing job in trying it out.
That's a quick introduction to the witch. But now we're going to show off the mercenary. Oh, actually, wait, no, we did miss something. Sorry about that. Right, so just one other quick thing I wanted to show you as well is that the witch has a lot of other summoning options, even beyond just the ones that were picked, because she also has things called specters. So basically, anytime you kill a monster on the ground, it can be turned into a specter. We've actually created one here from Act 1 called a Cultist Archer. They cost quite a bit of spirit, so we're going to unsummon a couple of the Arsonists and put this Cultist Archer in. Now, the nice thing is that because lots of monsters in Path of Exile have different interesting abilities, all those abilities can be used by the summoner as well. So this one has the ability to summon these like purple polyp things that both slow monsters and add weakness to chaos damage as well. She's using it there with those little things that exploded there. Because those are going to make monsters weaker to chaos damage, it'll be a very good part of this build. It's not as many minions, but the nice thing is that it'll actually end up being more DPS, and I think for bosses it probably is better for this build than not. That's what these little polyp things are. All right, so moving on. Let's have a quick look at the mercenary.
Being able, free despair aura, yeah. Oh, but also there is the blasphemy support, which makes your curses into an aura. And it reserves 30 spirit per, so you can actually have 3 curses in there. But then again, there's still a curse limit, so you need to have Whispers of Doom and then something else to have like more than one curse active, right? But like you basically have free despair aura anyway. You just need to reserve 30 of your spirit for it if you want to, or you press it. That's even more free, but I mean, probably everyone is gonna run the curse aura. It depends a lot on the range for like on its radius for like ranged characters, but like 100% all the melee classes are gonna just blasphemy and then something, right? It's gonna be giga free. Everything is perma cursed. It's gonna be amazing for melee for sure.
So the mercenary is another ranged character, but this time using crossbows. Now, the main difference between a crossbow and a bow is that crossbows fire instantly, and they also have an ammo mechanic where effectively, you fire until your clip is empty, and then you have to reload. So it plays a lot more like an FPS. And we've got lots of FPS type weapons as well. I just changed to WASD here because this character plays a lot better in that way. So if you've got like a shotgun type weapon, you've got a assault rifle type weapon. Find some monsters. And various other types. You've also got attached grenade launchers and things like sniper rifle type weapons and so on. Now, this plays very differently to the other classes, but I think it's really fun. It's just like a whole different sort of feeling of the game.
Yeah.
This particular area is called Doyani's Sanctum. He's doing a lot of experiments on humans and is very interested in anatomy and kind of merging them with machines. There's a pretty interesting chest on the wall there that I quite like. If you click on that one. So there's a cadaver on the wall and it like slices up and drops some items. So that's kind of fun. We actually originally just had half a person there, but it really just looked like an anatomy diagram. So we needed to do something to show the fact that it was actually a modeled human there. So yeah, that was fun.
Just fucking slices it open, man. Look.
So yeah. So one of the other things we haven't even talked about, which is another really important character development system in Path of Exile, is of course items. So now, items in Path of Exile work like many other action RPGs, but I think that we do a particularly good job of having, interesting affixes and suffixes. If you have a look at the items on the character, like they generate.
Okay, let's see. Increased bolt speed. I don't know, man. That to me, how does this sound to you? To me, this doesn't sound that important. Does it? Increased bolt speed. I don't think that is like any good. It doesn't really increase my DPS at all. It just helps me. It's basically just projectile speed. Yeah, it's projectile speed, yeah. Projectile speed, but like what does it help what does projectile speed help me on a crossbow? Like, it just helps you hit monsters a little bit more reliably, right? I think that's literally it. So I don't think that implicit is like necessarily good. But obviously I might be, obviously with very little understanding of the game, there's like, yeah, I don't think that implicit is any good. Everything else is nice. 98% increased fist damage, flat fist, flat lightning, 6 mana per enemy killed. I have seen, what have I seen? Somewhere I have seen a mana leech on the crossbow, which is actually insane, I think.
Have normal magic, rare, and uniques. Magic items can have up to 2 mods. Rare items can have up to 6.
Imagine you get like explode on crit corrupt. Oh my god. Yeah, but I don't know how, like, man, critting is gonna be not so easy, you know? Especially early on. I don't see us critting very often, as is in every ARPG, right? I think it's gonna be really rough to crit like ever.
As a pool of mods.
Late game, sure, yeah, but like I don't really focus on late game right now at all. I'm really just trying to, I mean, sure, if we learn something here for late game, sure, I'll write it down and we'll remember. But I think the biggest problem is just getting a functioning build so that you can get through early and mid game. And then I think by like blasting maps at the very end, you will figure it out as you go because the experience is already there. But I think putting emphasis on early and mid game right now is just much better because as you are progressing to late game, all of the puzzle pieces are coming together because you're already playing the game, right? Right, like the end game is gonna figure itself out as you play, right? Like you will learn stuff on the way to end game that is then going to help you in end game. But like soaking in as much as possible for early and mid game now is going to be the kicker. That is not only going to decrease the time that you need to get a good build going, decrease the time that you need to get to end game, and then there is also it's setting you up the best to actually get into the end game, and then in the end game you will have learned so much already by playing the game that you're going to be fine, I think.
It's unique to it, but one of the other things that's sort of really important about PoE is crafting items. So here we have different crafting items that allow you to add affixes to items.
It's actually a lot of orbs, and I think it's kind of cool that the orbs are like so much bigger. I don't know why. I think they look like they have much more value now because they're just like way bigger.
If you use an Orb of Transmutation, it'll turn this magic item to a 1 mod magic. If you use an Orb of Augmentation, it'll add an extra mod to make it into a 2 mod magic. You've also got Regal Orbs that will turn it into a 3 mod rare, which is normally that I've 4, but if you do it this way, you get 3. And then you can use Exalted Orbs to add more mods than that to make up to 6 mods. Now,
I think this change is so fucking good. I am looking forward to being able to craft. Just you find something, you're like, oh, that's a good base, you know? Oh, that's the best base until like level 13, you know? That's where we are going to get, where we're like, oh yeah, this base is good. I need this base until level 13. I can actually invest stuff in that. And then you look in your inventory, you have like 5 of each, and like you have 10, 8, 2, and 1, and you're like, okay, this is the one that I'm going to be slamming. And then you just pop, boom, and you have a 5-stat rare. You slap it on the build. This is gonna feel so good, like making your own items. And what's really important, it's going to get people familiar with like baseline easy crafting from the get-go, you know? But it's like very important that that they promote early crafting and crafting often, you know? Like this is the most important thing. Like going to the vendor, checking their shit for a potential upgrade, and then crafting on items that you either found or bought in the city. Oh, right. This is actually the shield that has the you can block everything, by the way. This is exactly the one that I was referring to earlier.
Path of Exile 2 that's very different than PoE 1 is that these currency items to add mods to items are much, much more common than they were before. And you're really going to be expected to use them throughout the campaign. It's like a really important element of player power.
Yeah. They need to hammer this home during the tutorial, I think. They need to, like, in Act 1, they're like, oh, here is 3 transmute. Here is, like, you know, like, everything. Like, here's a regal, here's 2 exalts. Here, test out crafting on this piece, and then they teach you what it does. You know, I think that is detrimental, so that the people understand, hey, this is what I'm supposed to do. Because everyone goes like, oh, I found an orb, what does it do? Oh, I use it, then it's gone. Okay, let's save it. You know, this is exactly the opposite of what you should be doing. I really think it's important that they have, like, you know, like in the first quest, when you enter the first city, they're like, yo, you defeated the bloated miller or whatever the name is. Here is crafting items, and here is a chest. How about you learn how to craft with your rewards? And then they're going to go like, oh, cool, now use this. Then it becomes magic. Oh, now use this to give it another magic stat. Oh, now that turned out great. Go and get a regal on it. Boom. And then you get a free regal, you know, like kind of like POC crafting, but not in the randomness or something, but just literally you have the items and then make them drag it on the item and use it. And then boom. And then they're like, oh, wow, okay, now it's 3 mod and it's rare. Okay, here's 1 exalt orb that you can, or here are, or maybe you even give them 3 exiles. Here are 3 exiles orb. Now use them on it, and then now it's full. Oh, congratulations, you crafted your first item. You know, this is exactly what they need to do. And then during that, they can also explain, yo, this is a prefix, this is a suffix, and this is how it rolls. This is tier 1, this is tier 9, you know. I think that is important in, like, literally the first town.
We've actually changed the way the scaling works in quite a lot of elements to kind of try and make it so that picking up like new blue items is going to actually be an interesting choice for you. Using regals and exalts on them are pretty interesting. And also you get regals by disenchanting rares as well. So effectively you can get quite a lot of regals in order to upgrade items to rares relatively easily. So now these crafting items, the other thing that's important about them is you can use them on any base type, not just items you can equip. They're used throughout the game for many different purposes, for the end game as well, and many other things. So you could use them on flasks and charms. There's all sorts of places where you can use them. So it's definitely something that you're going to want to master and play around with. Now the other items, of course, that we have is lots and lots of unique items. There are hundreds of them in PoE 2. There'll be hundreds and hundreds more as we go along. You know, some of them are pretty interesting. They all do things. They aren't just upgraded rares. They all do something kind of interesting. So for example, here we have a...
Do we know if there's a chance orb? I don't know if we know if there's a... Have we seen a chance orb? I think we did. I'm not sure. Let's actually check this. Should be here, right? Like items, maybe? Like an inventory, items. Chance. Currency. Chance. Yeah, okay, chance orb still exists. Randomly transform a normal item into a magic, rare, or unique. Okay, so chance still exists. Nice.
Boots called Corpse Wade. If you put that on there and then you walk through a corpse, it'll make them explode and turn into little puffs of green chaos damage there. That's not something you're going to get on a rare item. Another one here is called Sands of Silk. If you put this one on, what it's going to do is change your dodge roll into a teleport, into a blip that can blink through monsters. Once again, not something you get on a rare, but there's, you know, a few others here that are kind of interesting. Next one here is called Couture of Crimson. It makes Life Leech overflow maximum life, so as you attack...
This is actually really strong. Like, you just gotta keep attacking with this, right? Armor ES, and you just gotta keep attacking, because you have 25% reduced max life, but Life Leech can overflow max life. And they said overflow is doubling your HP, right? So you can get 150% of your current HP if you keep life leeching all the time, right? So on a boss, this is going to be extremely strong, right? You just have to build into leech a little bit, and then you just have 150% of your HP all the time. Slayer Leech is also... Do you have a link cut? I want to read that one. I want to read it like word for word so I understand what it does.
Monsters, you can get like overhealth above your normal maximum if you're using Life Leech. Another one here, for example, pretty simple in some ways, is Quill Rain. This thing here just has ridiculous attack speed, if you but low damage. If you want to make an interesting bow build, where you want to hit huge amounts of times, don't necessarily care about the damage dealt, Quill Rain is going to be something for you. Or another one.
Yeah, this is the one that I meant. Can block damage from all hits. But it's not okay. Else it would say can block all damage, right? But can block damage from all hits. That's not gonna work on ground effects, obviously. But is a spell a hit? That is going to be interesting, because if this is also, if this talks to spells, then I mean that's pretty strong. You just like everyone, if you're just using it for, if you're just using a shield for defense in your second weapon set, you're just gonna use this one, right? It's gonna raise shield every time there's something coming, and you're gonna block it anyway because of the unique effect. That is gonna be super fucking strong, man.
Here called the Wailing Wall. This one here disables shield skills, but makes you able to block damage from all hits without having to raise your shield. So effectively, if you want to be able to block a lot of damage, but you don't care about being able to use other shield skills, this could be a good one. So all of these are what we call build enabling. They're interesting things that you might be able to build a character around, do something interesting with, and they're a big part of how the in-game, things that you can find at in-game, things that you're going to be sort of going throughout the game, things that might affect how your character is played.
So, on the eve of the end, the demon of Atzoatl has finally come for me! Kill it,
Yeah, I mean, a ground dot effect doesn't hit, right? So obviously you can't block it. But how I read that unique is I can block spells as long as I block them like from the front, right? Which would be very strong, I gotta be honest. Like, imagine you're doing a boss and you have the ability to block their spells and take 0 damage. That's like crazy. Wait, is blocking 0 damage? I don't remember, actually. Where would that be? Character class? Inventory? I mean, we can do block, right? We can do block here. That will entirely prevent damage from an enemy hit. Fast metabolism. Life leech effects are not removed when unreserved life is filled. Yo. Yeah, this is like, you can anoint this shit, man. You can anoint this shit and then you just keep damaging and keep leeching like crazy. Okay.
I bear the burden of our future!
This fight is sick, by the way.
Pathetic.
I'm trying, every time I see this boss fight, I'm trying to find out how are you supposed to predict which of these nozzles are going to fire the laser. Like, how are you supposed to see this? Which one is it going to be, or do you have to react? Because I don't see any tell which one it is. Here, right? They just suddenly shoot the laser. I mean, is this the tell then, right? Like, this probably doesn't deal damage yet. I guess, right? This part probably doesn't do damage, or maybe just a little bit, I guess. Probably not a lot. Whereas then this is the main damage of it, I guess, right? So this probably doesn't do damage yet. Or frame by frame back, if we can spot which one lights up or something. Let's see if we go back. It starts a beam between the red things and in the area where the player is. There are no red things, so I would say those are the tells. Okay, let's see. Now you would be right on this one, right? So you always want to go where there is no red. Maybe, who knows if that is true.
Let's see how you handle this. I can't give up.
Yo, that was a lot of damage. Holy shit, what was that?
Justify the means. Let's see how you handle this.
Yo, okay, so it's armor break and then piercing shot. This is exactly what I have written down. Rapid fire with armor break support and then piercing shot. Holy moly, this is exactly what I'm going to play probably. And this did so much damage. Holy shit.
I can't give up.
Yeah, it's Merc.
The cataclysm must be stopped.
The music and the animations and the voice. Holy shit, man. This is so epic. This is such an epic fight, man. Holy fuck.
So you would take our devices and doom us? I think not. I will fight to the...
Listen, I'm just here for the lady. There's no need for all this.
I've got you now.
Mimironia.
Free! Please!
I mean, the armor break and then the piercing shot to like explode the armor break, or however you want to call it, seems very strong.
Now! Are within my grasp. Activate the beams! Nothing can stand in my... I've got you now! Fatal ambition! This is not over yet.
Yep, Yanni. It's an actual skill check. I'm so looking forward to this, man. Holy fuck. Yo, so much damage on the piercing shot when it's armor broken, man. That's crazy. Now give me parries and interrupts. Well, it looks like the Witch Hunter has the interrupts. With the concentration stuff from what it looks like. Oh, that was a lot of damage, holy moly. Boom.
Need
Every time. Armor break, piercing shot, and it does a lot of damage. Look. Bam! Is this it? No. There is more video.
On the other hand, people as a studio relatively recently. Game you have to complete. Understand what's coming with the access and to be 6 acts with one and many different in-game grinds. One of the things that's kind of really important is that people feel like they've got a choice between many different types of activities in the in-game. So for PoE 2, at the start of early access, we're going to have 8 primary in-game grinds that you can do, all of which have their own sort of...
It's so weird that when you log into the game, it starts paused. This is gonna feel super weird, man. I think you gotta get used to it first, that you can actually pause and stuff. This is gonna be like mind-blowing to us, I guess. That you can just literally pause the game. Like, I haven't paused the game in like 15 years or so, I think.
Systems for leveling them up, improving them, unique rewards, player power that you can get only from them, and we're going to introduce the first 2 of them right here during the campaign, which are the Ascension Trials. So the Ascension Trials in Path of Exile 2, you do encounter them in the campaign to start with, but then they level up all the way to endgame and they have interesting mechanics. So this first one here is called the Trial of the Sekimas, and it's actually a sequel to Sanctum League from PoE 1. So we've actually done quite a lot of sequels to leagues from PoE 1 with new mechanics and new stuff, but all of them have new things going on. So basically, in order to the Trial of the Sekimas is a place where the Maraketh came to be tested and gain power. In order to gain entry, you need a coin containing the soul of a djinn. And then once you put it in the relic altar there, then you can enter and
yeah, where do you? I mean, I know where you get the first one, right?
New stuff, but
where do you get the second one? Jin Barrier. Take me to the Trial of the Sekimas. I will serve. Area level 24.
Containing the soul of a djinn.
Area level 24. Oh. I mean, they said that the optional boss can only drop their shit once. But what happens if you fail your first Trial of the Sekima? Then you can't just go and do Balbala again and get another coin and do another one. That's not how this works. Or the first one is basically just this unique version that they have right here.
We've actually in-game and they have interesting mechanics. So this first one here is called the Trial of the Sekimas, and it's actually a sequel to Sanctum League from PoE 1.
This one, right? Balbala's Barrier. And this one says area level 22. Ah, so maybe there is another djinn later as well that is going to give you... But like this, I don't think that... I think you can just re-kill Balbala and get another coin. But this wouldn't fit what they said, right? They said you can only kill an optional boss and it's going to give you loot once. But I mean, maybe... I mean, this is green, right? So it's only gonna give you the green loot once. But it's probably gonna give you the white loot one more time, right? Like every time you kill it, you get the white loot, I guess. Because else people could fail their first ascension, right? That wouldn't be good.
So we've actually done quite a lot of sequels to leagues from PoE 1 with new mechanics and new stuff, but all of them have new things going on. So basically, in order to the Trial of the Sekimas is a place where the Maraketh came to be tested and gain power. In order to gain entry, you need a coin containing the soul of a djinn, and then once you put it in the relic altar there, then you can enter and start playing. Now, the trial is made up of various different rooms, and it works a little bit like a roguelike type encounter system, where effectively you pick each room, and then within each room there's a different challenge. This one is a ritual trial, I think, which has...
Minion is going to be so OP for this, by the way, especially that you can command where they are going to attack, man. You're just literally going to stand here. You're literally just going to clear this site that is... so that there's no monsters, and then you're just gonna like hide here and minions are gonna kill everything.
as these monster summoners. So they're effectively summoning monsters, and you want to be able to kill those as fast as you can to complete the room.
Yeah, but they always have been very good in Sanctum Revan. So, I mean, it just makes sense, right? Like, just passive damage where you don't have to do shit is perfect.
That one was relevant.
Yeah, Walking Dead. I know that it can be repeated, but do you need another... How do we prep for PoE 2? We watch every single video in existence and learn everything. We do the work that everyone thinks is unnecessary. That's how you prepare. That's how you learn. Literally, you already know what skill exists. You already have a list with stuff that you think is going to work together, and you have 4 tabs of it. And that's how you prepare.
Relatively easy. So once you've completed the room, you can go into the next room to get your reward. Now in this case, we have a silver key. Keys can be used at the end of the trial to be able to get
Hope it pays
rewards,
off.
but effectively you have to be able to survive the...
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in hard work paying off always. And if it didn't pay off yet, then you haven't worked hard enough. When new stuff comes out, we don't have to watch new things from the beginning. I mean, we have to kill 11 days, so I'm going to be watching the same thing over and over and over and over again. Don't you think I have seen that video already for the 4th time now? I just don't want to miss anything, you know?
Now this is the map for the trial, and you can effectively pick what type of room you'd like to go to next. There are a few different issues. One of them...
What does the water do? It's that the currency that they use for trading? Let me see here.
...to be able to claim them. Now in this case, we have a silver key. Keys can...
Here it says they have 0. There's 2 videos to watch. No. There's way more videos to watch. There is 3.5 hours of full gameplay of Act 1 that you can study and already make a route for. Just the new Aureus coins. I mean, maybe, yeah.
Can be used at the end of the trial to be able to get...
There is so much content you can watch. There's not only 2 videos. Yeah, it's Sanctum, Yanni. This is Sanctum.
Rewards, but effectively you have to be able to survive the entire trial to be able to claim them. Now this is the map for the trial, and you can effectively...
What's the sacred water fountain? Okay, and then you can click on it and you get the water probably, huh?
Pick what type of room you'd like to go to next. There are a few different issues. One of them is that...
Good luck, fella. Yeah, you too, man. I hope you have a wonderful day. You watch for study thing, and yes, there are a lot of videos and infos. Yeah. I mean, there is a difference, you know. If you're just playing the game for fun, then you don't need to do this. But if you're trying to prepare videos, and if you're trying to prepare a smooth progression, then this is very much beneficial to you. It's just that my goal is probably different from yours, Solo Hero. And I think that's totally fine. But it's just different forms of, as I said, it's 2 different goals. You're playing for fun, and I'm trying to make good videos that will help people. You know, we have totally different goals with the game. So obviously our approach to the game is going to be completely different. Now I haven't read the thing.
This is the map for the trial, and you can effectively pick what type of room you'd like to go to next.
Afflicts you with blunt sword. Your minions deal 40% less damage. Holy moly.
Next, there are a few different issues. One
How is the pathing? Is the pathing exactly similar like it is in Sanctum? You go top and second top, you go top and second top, and yeah, kind of similar.
One of them is that the next room will have a type, so for a type of trial. For example, here's an hourglass trial, and it also has a type of reward, but also some of them have boons or afflictions that might get you. So this one says, for example, when you enter it, that it'll afflict you with blunt sword on entry, which means you and your minions deal 40% less damage. We probably don't want to do that as a minion build, but they have better rewards in exchange for that. So once you've picked your room, you can go and do go and do the next one.
Okay, this looks amazing though, but it might take a little bit too long.
Trial. You have to survive.
I don't know, man. This is very cool, but I think the animation is just... It's still an ARPG, boys, right?
For and kill all the monsters. Now, one thing that I didn't mention at the start of this is that unlike in the normal game, if you take...
Where do I see the honor of the character? Does anybody know? I don't see any honor anywhere.
Hits in this mode, then you're going to lose a resource called honor. If you run out of honor, then you have to leave the...
Ah, is it this maybe? It has to be this, right? Because this is not energy shield, so it has to be this.
Trial. So effectively, you want to really try and play these...
No, but it's regenerating though. Huh? But do you not see the honor? It's kind of weird.
And that means that all the monsters we've selected usually have to be avoidable in some way, have dodgeable mechanics, and that's sort of why Octavian is playing as safely as he possibly can here. He doesn't want to get too close to the boss or that monster there because he doesn't want to lose honor.
Yes, it's the exact same thing, Yanni.
Oh, yes, it is. Okay. No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay. All right, so once the trial is complete, once again, you can go and get the reward, which in this case is a bronze key again because we picked one that had the same reward. We'll do one more.
Okay, I want to see what the sacred water fountain is. Weird choice. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just not done yet. Maybe the UI is not done yet, or it's not in the game yet. You know, but I don't think. Maybe we are, or also we're just not finding it.
So that one's a sacred water fountain, the chalice trial. Yeah, sure, let's do it. All right, cool. The next one's called a chalice trial. Effectively, there's a blood chalice here, which you need to fill with blood by killing rare monsters in this area. Once you've killed all the rare monsters, you can continue.
This is kind of cool.
Now there are a lot of different rooms.
But I gotta be honest, it feels like also the same with the Trial of Chaos. I think there is too much walking that needs to be done. Yeah, possible they turned it off, you know. Don't forget, this is all for marketing purposes, right? We can't forget about this. This is like, I don't know. When I saw this even on the preview stream, on early access reveal stream, I was already like, this looks like way too much work walking. Right here as well. Like, Octavian walked so far to find the first pack. And then also on the ultimatum, between the two rooms, you have to walk super far. And here, between the rooms, you have to walk all the time. I think it's too much, man.
In the trial, there are around 70 in level 1, and they're random, what you get each time. So you should expect each run to feel quite different, and the kind of stuff you can expect to find, you know, the kind of boons.
Actually, Minion is so busted. Did you see, man? They just literally block all the projectiles.
And afflictions you get.
So good.
The monsters that you'll face, this kind of thing. All of these are very different. And there's also 4 floors as well. This is just the first floor. Each floor looks different and has different mechanics, rewards, and so on as well. So there's quite a lot of...
Man, that's a very slow fireball for sure.
content here. And once again, like I said, there's got to be ways as well for it to sort of expand into
It looks so funny, man. More, it's channeling for like half an hour and then it moves so slow.
Ways to make it both more damaging and more...
Negative proj speed? Yeah, exactly.
Where's that other rare? There he is. Oh, avoid that one. All right. So that's this trial complete. And once again, you can get the reward you picked, which I believe was Sacred Water in this case. So Sacred Water is a resource that you can use throughout your run. Effectively, it's a currency that can be used in a shop that you can
Yeah, so it's just coins. Okay.
find throughout the run as well. Water is obviously a very
Yo, 160 Sacred Water? That's a lot. Octavian had 46 before he clicked the thing.
hard resource in the desert. So in the interest of time, what we're going to do now is skip to the last room in this floor of the Sanctum, which is a boss room.
Formidable. Steel yourself.
All right, so here we have Rattle Cage.
So it's bosses. It looks like this is then optional bosses from the campaign that are going to be here in Sanctum. Because this is one of the bosses that is present in the area where Babala is. It's exactly the same area. It's like this red cavey type thing, and it's shattering the cave every time it just smashes the ground. It just the cave caves in. This is in the Huntress gameplay. Yo, all the wait, what? All the minions are dead. What? Ah, there you go. Now they're back. Man, I'm not a minion, Andy, but minions look fucking good, man. Holy shit. Like, it's crazy. Look at the constant DPS, man, and so much uptime as well. And then I've seen a support. I don't remember the thing. It's like meat shield, I think, right? Inventory and gems. Gems, meat shield. They literally can taunt bosses. Minions from supported skills have 10% chance to taunt on hit. Minions from supported skills are defensive. And then you do this on your melee minions that are tanky. And you give them like faster attacks or some shit. Oh wait, no, you don't do that. Because you need that for DPS mostly. I mean, if your DPS is going to be casting, then you can do faster attacks on your meat shields. On your tanks, right? Melee splash. Minions are the most OP thing I've seen in all gameplays I've watched. The most OP thing. You might actually be right. Like, it's just so good, you know? It's so good that you can just... It's so important to be able to just focus on dodging when the game is new. You know? Because you have 100% uptime. You can focus on dodging, and it looks like you have a lot of damage, and they're tanking hits for you, and they can taunt. Like, there is so much good stuff for you in minions. The problem is, you're gonna play minions then. Melee splash, melee splash. There's no splash. That's in PvE, fast attacks, melee splash, minion life, and meat shield. Yeah, this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna fucking double attack, like literally multi-strike, faster attacks, meat shield on a big tanky melee thing, and it's literally gonna tank the boss all day long while your DPS is just blasting into the boss like crazy. And it's like, you know, the cool thing is if you imagine you summon 3 defensive melee summons, they can all taunt, right? With every hit that they are doing. This is gonna be so nice, man. Especially if you have a boss that does like forward AoE. and your summons taunt, and you just always stay like perpendicular to your summons, you're never ever gonna get hit, you know. But then again, if it's suddenly, if I mean, this can also go very wrong, because you can you can also, they can also just very slightly before a huge damage AoE thingy goes off, taunt it, and it's suddenly right in your face, right? That can also happen.
Infection.
The death animation looks sick though.
So that's the boss of the end of the first floor of the Sanctum, but there's lots more bosses in Sanctum to find. As I said, there's multiple floors. They each have interesting things. Now, at the end of each floor, you'll get the ability.
Do you know this guy? Who knows this guy right here? Who's that? Who knows him? Who is it? No one? It's Ikora right there. I don't know this guy. That's DM. Let's subtract him. But yeah, you insta spot Ikora, huh?
Ability to pick from various different chests. The keys that drop give the ability to open these caches here. So you want to pick which one, because each of them have different different types of rewards in them. Now, the other thing that you get to do here is use the Altar of Ascendancy. Now, unfortunately, we forgot to reset the Ascendancy class, so you're not going to be able to see the list there when we did the thing before. But effectively, once you've, the first time you use the Altar of Ascendancy, you get to pick between 3 different Ascendancy classes. In Early Access, there's only going to be 2 available for each class, and we're going to be adding the rest later. And those give you interesting things that are only...
Yo, these things are fucking insane. They give so much energy shield, man. I think these are, like, one of them is 40% increased energy shield. That is crazy, by the way. That is so much energy shield. It's ridiculous.
Only available to your class, because no other class gets those things on the passive tree. Now, with Ascendancy classes in PoE2 have really tried to do a lot better in terms of how interesting the things are. For example...
Did you just hear what he said? He wanted to do a lot better than in PoE 1. Like, holy fuck, how? How? Like, in PoE 1, they're already amazing.
This particular class, and because I can't see the name on the screen, I forgot what it's called. Infernalist.
Oh. That was a hover. Hello?
Infernalist, right?
What is happening with YouTube today, man? What's going on? I'm going back at 1 frame. Nothing's happening. Hello? Are you kidding me?
Now, with the Ascendancy classes in PoE2 have really tried to do a lot better in terms of how interesting the things are. For example, this particular class, and because I can't see the name on the screen, I forgot what it's called.
Okay, it's the Infernal Hound. Man, 20% reduced damage taken is kind of nice.
It's called Infernalist, right? It's got some pretty interesting abilities. One of them here is called...
Man, I would do dirty things for a full skill tree right now, man. Holy shit. For a full passive tree, I mean. Holy, I would do unspeakable things right now.
Called the Hellhound. So this one gives the...
Wait, what was this? What's going on? It's like, it doesn't work. What's happening? I can't go back a frame anymore. What happened? Huh?
Gives the ability to summon... I can't see the name on the screen. I forgot what it's called.
how it works.
What it's called, Infernalist, right? It's got some pretty interesting abilities. One of them here is called the Hellhound. So
minions have 12% increased max life. Okay, so I mean, what I really like when what they also whoops. I took out the headphones. What I really like, and this is just in pure GGG fashion, I guess, is give me a sec.
this one.
How do you write the color gray? It doesn't matter. Both works. Okay. Cool.
Gives the ability to summon a Hellhound. When you summon it, it has a few abilities. One of them is that it sets everything next to it on fire. It's a minion, so because we're a minion class, this can be really useful. But also it takes.
Sorry, what was I saying? I like in typical GGG fashion that they are not making it obvious which ascendancy you need to go to do minion stuff. Like all of them are just useful also for other things, right? I really like that. There's like not a clear winner that just wins it straight up.
Damage for
and it's like, oh, I want to go minions. Oh, well, you have to play Infernalist, right? That's not the case, and I really like that.
Every time you take damage, it gets transferred to the Hellhound. So, you know, he's a really good boy. Another one that's really interesting is that, if we just respec quickly away from that, is turning into...
Wait. How much did that cost?
So, you know, he's a really good boy. Another one that's really interesting is that, if we just respec quickly away from...
3k for one ascendancy point. Yeah. 3.1k for early on. It should be around level 22, 24, right? And then it probably gets higher and higher the higher up you go. From what it looks like. But I think that's fair, isn't it?
Away from that is...
Give me a second.
Turning into a called demon form.
So
when you
man.
use demon form, you turn into a demon.
Oh, that's so good.
While you're a demon, you lose life constantly, but you also have much higher spell damage and much faster cast speed. The longer you survive...
And it looks like the dodge roll is actually faster than walking now, right? Or or is it in like misleading?
The higher those numbers get. So you know, but you're going to continuously take damage. So you're probably, if you're going to use this, you probably want to do a build that involves getting high life regeneration in some manner, so you can survive as long as possible and do a large amount of damage. So that's an example, just 2 nodes from the Infernalist. But of course, you know, there's lots of interesting nodes there, and you're going to want to ascend, get more points by doing more ascension trials, and you know, continue to get more player power. Now in PoE 2, you actually, all of the Ascension trials, oh, that's right, sorry, we haven't even finished this one yet. All right, hang on, where was I? All right, that's right, okay, so let's talk about how this extends into endgame. So effectively, as you go through this trial, you might find items called relics, and relics are these items here, which can be crafted.
What is the end result of the relics again? Let me see here. I'm sure we have this on Maxroll. I'm sure we have this highlighted here. Reese endgame activities, trial of the Sekema bosses, jewels. So you get the non-cluster jewels. You just get jewels, right? Increased upgrades radius to medium, increased effect of small passive skills and radius, basically. Okay. So you are gonna be doing this, right?
One here. This one says monsters have a 4% chance to drop double sacred water and gain 16 sacred water at the start of the trial. Now, these are ways that you can effectively improve your odds as you go through, but there's some pretty interesting ones as well. Let's have another look at another couple. Bosses deal 4% reduced damage. These ones are very low level and simple, but they can get quite powerful. If you click on the relic altar before you start your run, put a coin in, then you've got these slots here that you can put the relics in, and you can also unlock more slots by doing more, by doing this more in order to be able to put more in. There are also unique relics, like for example this one here that says that the boss at the end of the entire...
So Zarok the Eternal drops Temporalis. Man, I would love to see that unique, man. Because Original Sin is kind of strong. And I really want to know what Temporalis is gonna do, man. Holy moly.
Trial will drop a specific unique item, but your maximum honor is 1, which means you can take exactly 1 hit, which means that you need to do a hitless run in order to be able to get that unique. So there are lots of other interesting unique relics that do other things. You know, the ability to extend this and get into endgame is pretty high. And one of the reasons you're going to want to do that is because like all of these different endgame mechanics, there's unique player power that only comes from it. So in this particular case, we have jewels. Jewels are coming back in PoE 2 as well. You can see an example of one of them here. These are things that you can...
15% increased maximum energy shield, man. Do you think a no-hit run will be done in E8, or do you think it'll take the full release to fully understand mechanics? Oh, easily someone is going to do a hitless run in early access. Of course. 100%. It's just about how available are these relics. 100% there is an EA. In the EA, there's going to be a no-hit run done. 100%. Look at this jewel, man. This is so insanely strong. What? Increased, 15% increased max energy shield. I tell you, man, energy shield is so fucking strong. It's crazy.
Socket into your passive tree to be able to get more stats. So this one says 15% increased maximum energy shield, and minions have plus 7% to all elemental resistances. Now, because of the fact that you can roll these yourself and stack them, there's some pretty interesting things you can do with jewels. And there's also jewels that have other kind of random and weird effects. Like, for example, this one here says upgrades, says that 25% increased effect of small passive skills and radius.
That is also fucking strong. You know, like all of these things are like lightning damage, 10%, 10%, 5 decks, you know, like 10%. I don't know what this is, but some minion stuff it looks like from according to the icon, right? Like there is so much power you get from this. 25% increased effect of small passive skills. Even if it's small passive skills, right? Like just the attributes that you're getting, like this. This is 12.5, like this is 2.5 more increased lightning damage here, for example, right? This is so good. If you place these correctly, holy moly, man, you can get a lot of value out of these.
So this one actually modifies the other skills on the passive tree to improve them. You know, with some interesting things and some interesting overlaps, you can do some pretty cool stuff with those as well. There are, of course, unique jewels and other things going on. And I won't go too much into it, but effectively, this does scale all the way in-game, has uniques, has ways to scale it, and a lot of interesting things you can do. The next trial we're going to talk about is the Trial of the Chaos God. Now, unlike in PoE 1, every time you want to get more ascendancy points, there's a new trial that you have to do to do that. So this is the second trial that you can do. And once again, it's also an...
Here, pay attention to the time going from room to room. I think it's too long.
In-game mechanic that, that can be expanded upon. So we're going to use the Mercenary for this one. Now, this is the one you're going to encounter in Act 3 for the first time, but as I said, it extends to endgame as well. Finishing the Ascension Trial was kind of an ancient rite for the Vaal that conveyed power and respect. Entry requires a token from a strange entity called the Trial Master. And this is actually a sequel to a league from PoE 1 called Ultimatum.
So, since we know that the coin is dropping from Balbala, then this Chimeral Inscribed Ultimatum has to also drop from an optional boss, right? Chimeral. So maybe we have to kill a Chimera to get this. And then it says area level 40. So this is when we're going to ascend the second time. Right? So we're going to ascend at 22, which is on the dot exactly when I was fighting Balbala at Gamescom. And then we're probably going to, because the coin of Balbala was called Balbala's coin. And this is called Chimeral Inscribed Ultimatum. So 100% this is dropping from a Chimera. Right? So if you find an optional boss that is a Chimera, you gotta kill it, because that's how you get your second... You gotta get the second level of the Trial of Chaos. No, wait, it's gonna be your first time encountering the Trial of Chaos, because it's gonna be in Act 3, right? But exactly at this point in the area level 4, around level 40, you will also somewhere have a Djinn that if you kill it is going to drop a coin that is going to give you access to your second ascendancy for the Trial of Sekima, right? You can repeat the first trial you do without refund the consumable for the activation in case you die and you need to repeat. Ah, okay, so you don't need to go and kill Balbala again. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's okay. Okay, so this is actually good info. I'm writing that down. Let me actually...
but it works for...
Let me get a time-stamped link here, actually. So that I don't have to look for this again.
very differently.
I gotta go pee. I'll be right back, guys. Okay.
So to start with, he's going to offer the trial, make the offering to the trial, and then he can walk in. Now, before you enter each room in the Trial of the Chaos God, you're going to have to pick from one of the downsides that's going to affect you for the entire rest of the trial.
This is what I mean, right? Like, look at how long he's running. He's putting the thing in, the door opens, and then he's running like, running, and then the altar comes. Like, why? Why isn't the altar instantly even in front of the door? Why is there even a hallway, you know?
Now, before you enter...
Why is the altar not here? Like, literally here. It's okay. I understand you probably need an instance change for everything to work. Okay, it's fine. But why is there so much space here?
Each room in the Trial of the Chaos God.
Holy moly, it goes on and goes on, goes on, like holy moly.
For the entire rest of the trial.
Why? You know? This is very nitpicky, but this is something I hope that is not going to feel as bad, but I hope that if it feels bad, that everyone is going to complain and they're going to make it a little bit shorter. I don't understand why you wouldn't do it like that in the first place.
So the Trial Master is here, and he's going to offer you an item to start with. Here's the item that you're going to get if you complete this room. And he's also going to say...
That implicit is insane, by the way. Causes enemies to explode on critical kill for 10% of their life as fist damage. That as an implicit is insane. And then it also rolled fucking crit chance. Base crit chance.
One of these three things that's going to potentially hurt you. In this case,
okay, globals of blood manifest nearby, tracking you. When above you, they will fall, dealing physical damage. Okay, let's see here. I don't know, man. It's YouTube is fucked today.
Is here, and he's going to...
Pyramid beams. Pyramid objects appear, protecting 4 rotating lasers that inflict corrupted blood on hit. What? Projecting 4 rotating lasers that inflict corrupted blood on hit.
Offer you an ice.
Challenge area contains turrets that will periodically fire lightning projectiles ahead. So this is the one that we saw, and we also saw the blood globals, right? We didn't see the one in the middle yet.
To start with, here's the item that you're going to get if you complete this room. And he's also going to say, pick one of these three things that's going to potentially hurt you. In this case, we're going to pick blood globules, which will one of the easier ones. And what that's going to do is mean that these blood...
And now look, now you have to run even more.
Balls are going to appear above your head and slam down periodically.
Are you ready, Challenger?
One more time.
As you walk into the room, he's going to summon a bunch of these monsters. Now, each of the rooms has different mechanics. This one's very simple. You just have to kill all the monsters.
Not Jedi.
That's that blood globule I talked about earlier. Now, the blood globule may not seem very threatening right now, but as you go through each room, you're going to add more and more mechanics that are going to hurt you, and so it can get quite intense by the time you've gotten to the end.
One down. Who's next?
There we go. So we've defeated all the monsters in this room, and we can move on to the next one.
Wait, you have to move all the way up if there is a monster? Oh man, that sucks. How much of an upper hand do you think people will have over D4 right at launch? Do you think it'll fade after the news effect is gone, or will people take the lead? PoE 2 and D4 are made for completely different player bases. A lot of D4 players are going to try PoE 2 and they're going to miserably fail, and it's not going to be for them. And if they're not failing, then there might also be saying like, oh, this is too complicated for me, I don't want this. And then there's going to be a lot of people that also understand what everyone tried to tell the D4, why everyone tried to tell the D4 players that there is no endgame, because they're going to reach endgame in an early access game from GGG, and then they're going to be like, wait, what? There is so much things to do, you know? And there's actually, it's not about so many things to do. You can do a lot of things in D4 at this point. There's Helltide, there's Whispers, there's Pits, there's bosses. But the problem is there is no reason to do them. And here you have a reason to do them. You get more skill points you get more Atlas tree points, you get more difficulty for the end boss of the mechanic that you are doing, you get better loot, you do the same thing again, then you get even better loot, you know, that is not present in D4. And they are going to finally realize that D4 doesn't have this. And this is what the fun is all about. The fun is not killing bosses and getting items. It's part of the fun. But the most fun comes from having a reason to waste my time. Right? Like, we're all wasting our time away, but at least don't make it as obvious as you do, right? Just hide it behind something that is fun. Like in D4, you don't have in D4 you can clear everything without a mythic. It's absolutely irrelevant if you have a mythic or not. You don't need a mythic. You can clear the whole game without even going and killing a T4 tormented boss, like a T4 boss. It's completely irrelevant. In PoE, that's not going to happen. You need to kill the T4 boss to actually even be able to probably defeat the Uber Pinnacle boss at the end. You need the gear. More purpose-driven waste of time. Yeah, exactly. And this is something that, you know, the problem is if you're a D4 player and this is your first ARPG, this is going to be fun to you. D4 will be fun to you, and that's good. But the thing is, it's the same as you have always eaten the same pizza at the same pizza place for your whole life, and you have never eaten another pizza before. And even in the pizza place, you're always ordering the same pizza. Of course it's going to taste. Of course it tastes. Of course it's good. For you it's good, and that's fine. But if you go and taste the pizza on the other street and suddenly go like, why have I been eating the pizza over there for all my life? I could have been eating here. It's cheaper and it tastes better and the portion is bigger. This is exactly what's about to happen, you know? It's like 1 to 2 weeks of hype, another 1 to 2 weeks of random play, and then you don't play until next season. No, Ramster. What you are experiencing is the normal ARPG decline. This is not Diablo 4's fault. If you are getting 4 weeks out of D4, D4 has done its job. Your expectation is just wrong. And if you can get 4 weeks of blasting out of an ARPG, it's a good ARPG. These games are not meant to be played like World of Warcraft. This is not World of Warcraft. So many people don't understand this. ARPGs are not MMOs. You don't play this non-stop until the new season releases. I'm getting 2 weeks of blasting, then it's just very little play. Yes, that's because D4 is catered to casuals. That's why you only get 2 weeks out of it. I only get 2 days out of it. You know? It's because it's catered more to casuals and I just consume the stuff faster. Right? But the casual player plays for 6 weeks and is having a blast. Because it just takes... They're not as efficient as you and me, Ramster. Right? And that's a core problem of D4. It's too easy. Well, it's not a problem for D4. That's the thing. It's a problem for me playing D4. For me, it's too easy. For me, it's too shallow. Right? I am not the target demographic for D4. Which is okay for me. I just needed to change my expectation that I have for D4. I go into a D4 season and I go like, oh, if I'm lucky, I get 1 to 2 weeks out of this. And that's fine for me. Well, it's awesome. I pay $40 for an expansion once per year, and then I get I get 4 times 1 to 2 weeks out of the game. For me, that's fine. That's okay. But the problem is people don't do this thought process that I am trying to do with you right here. People don't do this. You know, they're just here, oh, I'm bored. The game is shit. No. You are just not the target demographic. If you think about it, it's the same with D3. D3 is an amazing game. But I'm done with D3 in 2 days. That's it. It's the same with D4. I'm just literally done with the game in 2 days. There's nothing else for me to do. I can artificially extend it by playing one more build, which I usually do, and I have included this now in my full playthrough. I usually play maybe I usually play like 2-3 builds, and then maybe I go to play another class, and then I'm done. And that takes like 1 to 2 weeks, and that's it. And that's totally fine for me. The thing is, PoE is not like this. PoE, even I can play for 6 weeks. There is leagues in PoE where I play for 6 weeks, and I'm having a blast from day 1 to the last day that I play. And it like from day 1 to the last day of week 6, I'm having a blast for 6 weeks straight. And this is this is why PoE is more catered to those people that they've done with the various atlas trees. I wonder how they'll feel once actually playing the game. Yeah, it's a genius move to split up the atlas tree, because in PoE 1, you were effectively locking yourself out of a mechanic completely. And by splitting up the atlas tree, which is a very good idea, this automatically creates more that you can do in the game. Because now every mechanic is relevant for your playthrough. Just with that change, they have automatically opened up way more game time that you can spend in the game. Because before, you could just play that thing or that thing. Now you kind of want or have to play all of them, right? It's a genius move. And like all of the stuff, all the positive stuff that I'm saying, to get back to your initial question, like when people unfortunately need 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks to play through the game to get to a point where they suddenly realize all that I just told you in 5 minutes, right? They need 5 weeks for that, which is not bad. I'm just saying that even if I would tell them this, they need to experience it. They're not going to believe me, right? They need to experience this, and then they're going to go... The problem is they won't be able to go back to D4 after they have seen, after their eyes have been opened, you know. That's the problem that is going to occur. That's why a lot of people will actually not really return to D4, right? Maybe they are gonna, if they're open-minded, they're gonna return and they're gonna go like, well, I play through this for like a week or so, and then I go back and play PoE 2. That is a very healthy mix and match, right?
So as we move to the next room, once again, the Trial Master is going to give us a choice. Basically, sort of double or nothing. Do you want to take another award and make the game?
Yeah, again, you need to run so much.
Harder
Take care, Ramster.
Or do you want to take the rewards you've already received so far and leave with your ill-gotten gains?
Okay, that was
case,
pyramid
like
beams.
Most players, you're probably going to want to pick another award and keep going.
Okay, that's the blood
So there's the
globules.
existing one, blood globules, and that'll keep.
Shocking turrets. Just purchased support pack Ray class from Xbox Store. I got only 3,700 instead of 4,000 and no 4 free access. Is it just me? Yo, Kingness, how's it going? Purchased support pack Ray class. I need to watch which. I need to check which one this is. You purchased the Ray class. What is? You mean the big one? you purchased the Liberator of Rayclast on Xbox. Yeah, I don't know why you only got 4,800 points. You only got 4,800 points probably because you purchased on Xbox Store and it was regionally priced, I guess. Did you pay 480 US dollars or did you pay another amount? How's it going, Kingness? Yeah, you paid 330 US dollar, then you get 3,300 coins. You're not going to get more coins than you spend. That's how this works with regional pricing.
Keep stacking up. But we're also going to add shocking turrets here, which are going to add turrets through the room, which you'll have to deal with as well.
I don't know, man. There's so much running.
Now, this one is a trial that requires, it's a timed encounter type trial.
Live.
As you can see, there's those lightning turrets there now, which you also have to deal with, and it's going to spawn a lot of monsters that you have to survive. You don't have to actually kill all of them. If the time runs out, then they're all going to go away. So yeah, you can. You just have to survive.
Yo, Benson, how's it going? Hyped for PoE2? Yes, of course. Blasting.
And the Vaal had a culture of risk-taking, so all these kind of risk versus reward mechanics very much work for them. The way they crafted and a bunch of other things like that all sort of relate to this kind of risk-taking behavior. He's stuck. Uh-oh. You've only got 4 seconds. Just survive for 4 seconds. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Managed to flask through it, so it's okay.
Yeah, it's so much running. Look, you have to run so far again. Why?
So as you get towards the end game,
Look.
There'll be a very significant number of rooms you can do in a row.
Holy moly, man.
I mean, you can just keep on making it harder and harder. In this first version of it, you're going to... in this first
Wait, what's
version
this?
of it, you can do in a row.
50% reduced life, mana, and energy shield recovery rate. Oof. Okay. It's not gonna be easy. I mean, this includes... It's so funny how he's trying to dodge, not hovering over stuff. This includes flasks, right?
You can just keep on making it harder and harder. In this first version of it, you're going
Monsters release deadly volatiles on death. Rare monsters leave larger ones. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't sound bad, to be honest.
You only have to do 4 rooms to be able to ascend. But once again, if you can't do them all in a row in one go without dying, then you'll lose your entry ticket. So you'll have to get another one to get in. So once again, like...
Did you hear that? So you need to go get another one to get it. So then that answers the question that we had earlier. So you need, if you fail if you kill Balbala, you get your coin and you fail the trial of Sekema, you need to go kill Balbala again, get the coin, and then you can try again. So it's actually, you need to go back and fight it again. But then it also makes sense, because the first drop of Balbala, the Balbala's coin, it was actually named and it was green, right? And then the other coins that he had in the inventory, they were the exact same icon, but they weren't green. They were probably the repetitive drop of it, right? Because they said you can't get like two... You won't get a green item twice from a boss if you kill it for the second time, right? So they had to, just for the entry tickets for the trials, they had to make an exception there. And then they did this by including the alternative item that is not the green text one in the loot pool, right?
The other challenge, you'll want to be make sure that you're ready before you do this trial.
And this one is shit, man.
This idol forward. When you're near the idol, it moves forward. When you're as you get further away, it falls down and doesn't move anymore. So ideally, you can get close to it. Now, as you move it forward, it's also going to spawn.
I hate this thing so much. I hate this thing already so much, man. Holy fuck. Oh no. The fucking escort quest, man. The music is insane though. First thing I'm gonna disable. Or maybe actually Maybe actually on the first playthrough, I just leave the music running. So I have heard it at least once, and I was just disabling it for the rest of PoE 2. Yo, wait,
Alright,
did the
finally.
globule get
Bit, but it's okay. We
blocked?
finally got there in
The
the end.
globule got blocked by the escort flying thingy, right? That's kind of weird. I mean, that's good, but I wouldn't have expected that.
All right. So just like in Sanctum, there are also bosses that you can get as you go through here. The order of them is random, and so
Look at the running
they
again.
can be very hard or relatively easy.
Run,
depending on when you encounter them
run,
and what
run,
things that
run,
you've
run,
picked
run,
beforehand.
run, 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 run,
Before the
run,
boss,
run,
once
run,
again, the
run.
Trial Master will ask you to pick, you know, do you want to
Wait,
bail
what's that?
now or do you want to pick something else?
Oh, he hovered it. Monsters gain 100% of max life as extra maximum energy. Shit, holy moly. Soul Core of Thunder adds 1 to 29 lightning damage or 10 to lightning res. This is so nice, man. You have so much customization with the Soul Cores and with the Azamite runes. I mean, they had to do this when they removed the crafting bench, right? You have to do this. But it's not going to be easy to get the Soul Cores, right? The Soul Cores are from TOC. Yeah. I have the list right there. I mean, you get the Valobs as well, right? So it's man, TOC is going to be very important. Like the trials themselves are going to be very important. The jewels are going to be important from TOS and from TOC. Valobs and Soul Cores are extremely important, especially because 10 lightning res. Holy moly, that's so good.
That looks okay. Alright.
Protect them.
So here's one of the bosses you can find in the Trial of the Chaos God.
Chaos will bring you to your end.
I mean, I usually really don't fucking care about how a boss looks or like the settings or the atmosphere or whatever. But this is fucking amazing. Look at the fucking model of this thing. It's crazy. You can get giga fucked with the afflictions on the boss, right? Like if you get super area denial and you're a melee, holy moly, man. You gotta mix and match the stuff pretty well to not cuck yourself out of the boss kill, basically. Yo, what's going on now? These are gonna be such good boss fights, man.
That tornado has killed him the most times in practices, by the way. It's lethal.
Wait, what? Is insta kill or what? There's small ones too. Yeah, like, I mean, here again, right? If you have passive damage, it's ridiculous. Like, your uptime is gonna be 100%. Or, well, except the time when it flies away. But I would still say that's 100%, right? Because no one would have uptime during that time. And you just keep dodging all the shit while your minions or whatever passive damage you have is just going to annihilate the boss. Like, it would already been dead, I think. And that's even on a Merc with like very, very good damage while moving shit, right? Man, the grenades are chunking. Gonna need passive damage on first PoE2 playthrough. Yeah, I think so too, man. It's gonna make it so much easier. You just blast that. And Just focus on dodging all the time. But I mean, it's also only the first 3 acts, right? Like, I don't think there's gonna be a huge boss wall in the first 3 acts. Even on Cruel, I don't think so, right? I don't think there's gonna be a huge wall that is gonna be a problem for most gamers. Ballista Totem? Yeah, I seen Siege Ballista. That would be amazing. Like, Siege Ballista is gonna be sick. And you just put down all the ballistas and you just run around and dodge everything. Yeah, I know, but where have you seen Ballista Totem? I have not seen Ballista Totem. Palsteron would be very interested in seeing that. I was talking to him about it. If you've seen Ballista Totem, please send me the link. Oh, that was close, man. Also, like, percent life generation is gonna be insane. Like, percent life generation, if you can get that on the tree, you fucking get it.
Be your downfall.
So that's as far as we're going to go in this trial for now, at this low level. And of course, once again, you'd be able to ascend here.
So much walking
during the campaign, but there's a lot more stuff you can get.
Look.
So the Trial Master now is going to give you the rewards that you've earned throughout the trial, and there are a lot of rewards that are unique just to this trial. So let's go through.
Yeah, I like clear facts, Mus. If I haven't seen a screenshot, it doesn't exist. You know.
A few of these that we've got here.
Or like a screenshot from an official GGG employee saying that Ballista Totem exists, or a video where someone says this, right? Then I trust, but I don't trust like, oh, I've seen this or I've heard this. I don't trust, right? I also don't think Siege Ballista, like, I mean, I would wish that Ballista Totem would exist in the game. I mean, it would probably be very easy. You need to find a video where someone scrolls through all the skill gems, and then you have to just look at all the skill gems that are available, and then you would see it.
Now, the first thing he's going to offer, one of the things we've got here is an item with a socket in it. Now, we removed gem sockets from PoE 2, but we've actually re-added back sockets in a much more traditional way as things that you can put items in.
Yeah, but we are talking about Ballista support, right? I know, that's what I said to you in the beginning when you started talking about this. I know Siege Ballistas in the game. I've seen it too.
To get extra.
But you were talking about Ballista Totem, like Ballista support, right? Make something into a Ballista.
Mods. So if you have a look down the left there, you can see a thing called a Soul Core. This is a Soul Core of Thunder. If you put it in a weapon, you get lightning damage. If you put it in a shield, then an armor, you're going to get 10% lightning resistance. Now this is player power. You can't get any other way than sockets, and it's only unlocked through content that you can get through here. Now, if you want to be able to actually add sockets to existing gear as opposed to using the sockets that are on gear that you get from here, you're going to have to use these things called Vile Orbs. Vile Orbs are getting corrupted. So now he'll be able to upgrade his bow with a Soul Core to get an extra mod. So that's really valuable. Yeah. So we're going to use it on
fist damage, fire damage, projectile skins. This crossbow is fucking insane, by the way. Leeches 5.45% of physical damage as mana. Holy fuck, man. This is so insanely strong. It's crazy.
His bow here. Okay, so that one gave him a socket. Excellent. So now he'll be able to upgrade his bow.
This is spirit and increased rarity of items found. Actually, rarity during the campaign is probably going to be nice to get like your currency flowing.
with a soul core to get an extra mod. So that's really valuable. Probably wouldn't have picked that one, but that's fine. That's what he had. Then we've also got, let's see in some other results. That one, okay, so that one just modified random mods on the item. So probably not good, not what you wanted. That's a bad outcome. On the other hand here, all right, added another mod, 25% increased armor and evasion. That's a very good roll. So effectively the theme with these things is that you're going to get random results. You don't probably want to use them on the items that you've got equipped because they're likely to potentially damage them or make them worse. But there's player power that you can get from this that you can't get any other way. So it's something that you're definitely going to want to be able to do as you go through the game. Now, of course, because we got to the end here, we can also ascend.
Yes, Fonta, I saw that, yeah.
For this particular one, we might as well just ascend this character.
Login! Man, Witch Hunter and Gemling look fucking good. I want to log in on Merc, I guess. But I don't know, man. I really don't know. Like, I just hope. I mean, they said in the FAQ on the homepage that there is going to be a pre-download happening. So when there is a pre-download happening, there is gonna be data mining. And then when there is data mining, there is gonna be a skill tree. And also ascendancy nodes. And then you can decide what you're going to start with. Right.
There's the Witch Hunter, which you could pick, and might as well just pick a...
Wait, what did he hover over here?
Also ascend. For this particular one, we might as well just ascend this character. So there's the Witch...
You know you're playing Infernalist? That's great, Fontai. I wish I was that sure of what I wanted to play already. Oh, look how close he didn't hover it, man. Oh, almost. Oh, wait, it's actually no mercy. Okay, never mind. It procced. Yeah, but we know this one already, right? Cooldown recovery rate is pretty good for grenades, I guess, but not really for what I'm going to do probably on Merc, right? Just armor break with the rapid fire and then just piercing rounds, piercing shot or whatever the name was.
And might as well just pick a simple no.
Whoops, wrong button.
Node. I mean, there's a basic one that's just culling strike. You might as well put that. We didn't actually plan to show this character class while we're doing here, so just, you know, ascending while we're at it. Now, right there, you also see there's an entrance to the Trial Master's Tower. That's like a special endgame thing, which we're not going to show you, but effectively that's the pinnacle boss for this particular endgame grind. But let's talk a little bit about how you're going to expand on this. So if you go back to the start of the area, the keys not only have let you get into the trial, but they're also going to have mods on them as well that allow you to do different things. And just like the Val always have, we want to make sure that there's things that have both bonuses and downsides, that they're very double or nothing type culture. So this one here says sacrifice up to 10 exalted orbs to receive double that on trial completion.
That is so fucking cool, by the way. You can, like, imagine you gamble a fucking mirror or some shit. That would be so cool. That you go in here and blast, like, the most expensive currency.
So effectively, you know, you can go double or nothing on currency as well. But it also has minus 25% to maximum player resistances, which is a pretty nasty downside. You can roll these things and
yeah, Ritual is gonna be a very good play for Omen's Mus, for sure. Like, it's very smart to go Ritual. But I think you're gonna go, like, all of them anyway. Or not all of them, but, like, a lot of them. I think Expedition is also gonna be extremely strong.
You know,
like, if you are just now in maps, I think Expedition is gonna be insane with the POC crafting, man.
They have some pretty interesting mods on them.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it as well, but if the rewards are good, what can you do?
So yeah, it's once again, it's one of those things you can specialize into in game. Now, of course, there's also uniques only available here, and various other things available here. So yeah, you're going to want to do that. So those are the two trials that extend into endgame that are during the campaign, but now we want to show you how the actual endgame, sort of primary endgame system itself works. So we're going to have to get a higher level monk. So those are the 2 trials that extend into endgame that are during the
He's level 95, this monk.
campaign. But now we want to show you how the actual endgame, sort of primary endgame system itself works. So we're going to have to get a higher level monk to be able to show you that. Now, I'm not going to get too much into the plot of this, but this is where you're going to start in the endgame. And just like in PoE 1, we have a thing called the map device that you're going to be using to travel around. But what you actually get when you click on the map device is going to be...
Octavian here is playing click to move for the monk, which I actually also did at Gamescom. I was playing I started with click to move on the monk, then played WASD on the monk, and then switched back to click to move on the monk actually. Yes, with PoE brain rot. Yes, Mas. And then this should make you very happy about PoE being separate, PoE 2 being separate from PoE 1, right? If you don't like it, you can just go back. But it's going to be slower. It's like totally obvious to me. But it also is okay. Like if you think you're going from 0% speed to 10,000% speed on about PoE, you're not worried about speed? All endgame is fucking terrible? Well, I don't think so.
Different. Now, the storyline here effectively is that there's corruption from the beast has spread across the land, and you're going to need to try and cleanse it. Now, this is actually an infinitely scrolling map that goes in all directions and contains all areas you can go to. You can go to each map only one time, so you're going to want to, you're kind of try and want to find, like, you know, interesting places to go. Now, this is the primary thing to explore after you finish the campaign, and there's all sorts of things to find on here. There's bosses, there's towers, there's beast corruption, there's rare areas with interesting mechanics, all sorts of in-game content that you can see these icons for around the place, and hideouts, roving merchants, and even cities.
Yeah. I think if you don't like D4's combo playstyle, then you won't like PoE 2. In terms of damage, I think. There is so much emphasis on the combo stuff that it might scare people off. But I wouldn't... It's so funny that so many people are already fucking losing it before they even played the game. Just play the game first.
Now, effectively, in order to travel to one of these, what you're going to do is click on it, and then you can travel to it using a waystone. Now, these waystones effectively work like maps.
Yo, Danish, how's it going?
In Path of Exile 1, you can craft them and so on as well. Once you've gone to the map, then what you're going to find is a randomly generated... Oh, okay, he immediately clicked the portal back. Classic mistake. So what you're going to find here is a randomly generated area, and we've really ramped the random generation up to 11 for this. Obviously, all the monsters here are also going to be random, and one thing...
Yeah, you shouldn't say that, Moose. That's not good. Because it's too much one-button spam, so I'm stoked about this. Yeah, I think in the earlier stages, like when you are not in giga late game, I think the one-button playstyle in PoE 1 is actually super addictive and super nice. But I think for the very late game, I actually prefer pressing multiple buttons instead of just one.
I will mention is that the variety of monsters in PoE 2 is a lot higher, and they have a lot more interesting abilities, which means that interesting combinations of them in maps can really produce interesting results. These particular ones that were randomly picked here seem to be relatively simple, so I guess that...
Give me a second, guys. I need to find something real quick.
Horrific!
Is that skill? Skills anywhere here? Oh wait, wasn't it in this video? I think it was in this video. 5804. Okay, let's see here.
The ability to... when he's using which that so that means things as well as is our everything you do. You know, now when you use your we're doing our earthquake or our double slam.
Give me a second here.
This is something that we probably and using the one happen weapon will blocking the entire time. If you just demonstrate that quickly, use it with easier for you to be able to switch from one set and pass. But got that is, you know, way to do that. You wheel They have much more two-handed. Also, telegraph. There's 1,500 notes to a lot of mine.
Okay, so it's after that one.
Hand,
Okay.
axes, maces, and swords. Have to worry. Now, the these passes will only be if you a lot easier. So, for example, the stampede skill here. If you've got a shield, then when you use the skill, it will be blocking the entire time. If you just demonstrate that quickly. So if you use a stampede, we're doing our earthquake or our double slam. This is something that we probably only want to use with our two-hand weapon because we want to do the most damage. So that means we can turn it off with the other weapon set. And now when you use your two-hand, now when you use that, it'll switch to your two-hand weapon automatically. So effectively, this allows you to have multiple weapon sets and do a lot of different things. It's also very good for, you know, for example, on the sorceress earlier, she was using lightning and fire. You know, she can have two different staffs, one that's geared for one that's geared for the other, as well as spec her passive tree out as well. So that's another character development feature that we have in two-hand weapon. This is something.
Okay, found it. Okay, let's keep watching. It was 5804. 5804, there we go.
These particular ones that were randomly picked here seem to be relatively simple, so I guess that
biggest challenge a lot of people will have is to think about building defenses. Yes, that's true.
Point isn't that well made today, but that's all right. Now this monk is effectively the same kind of build that we were doing before, but it's a lot faster for in-game. But what we're going to do is we're going to amp it up a little bit further just to sort of see some of the kind of things that you can do in in-game as well. So after we've finished clearing this pack, then we'll do that. So let's open up this, and what we're going to do is this is a character that freezes a lot of things, so we're going to add a cast on freeze gem here. And what that's going to mean is every time you freeze a monster, it has the ability to cast whatever a spell of your choice. In this case, we're going to cast Frost Wall. And we're going to add Fortress and reduce cooldown to that so that we can cast them all of the time. And they're going to go in a circle around the monster that got frozen. So effectively, because it's going to create a lot more frozen objects around the monster, when you use your Glacial Cascade, they're going to do a lot more damage and explode for a huge amount of...
What I love about Monk are these wind blasts that are firing off everywhere. Those are cool. But those might be the Invoker Ascendancy thingies, right? Which then I will never play that.
For a huge amount of damage as well.
That's when you crit, you know.
So the goal here is to cleanse the corruption on the map, and you do that by killing all the rares, and if there's a map boss, then killing the map boss as well. Now there are map bosses that can spawn in every map, but we've actually decided to not have a map boss every time you go to them, and instead you can see which areas have map bosses on the main map. What that means is that we've got the ability to have the map bosses be a lot more challenging, but also drop a lot more items as well. So because you don't encounter them quite so frequently, and you can also choose, you know, do I want to do bossing, or do I want to just grind maps and do other things? So it kind of gives the player that choice. So once you've completed the map, it'll be green on the in this area, and then effectively allows you to continue to explore. Now this map is kind of somewhat randomly explored, so you know, don't concentrate too much on that. But effectively, you're going to be expanding outwards from the center.
Like,
now, of course,
this is what I'm super curious about. Like, there's double tower right here, right? So this means that everything in the radius of this double tower is going to be giga juiced, right? But I don't know how the overlap is going to be. It's probably just this one right here that is going to be giga juiced, and then the radius of both, right? Maybe this one and this one. Maybe these two only, right? This one is probably barely touching this one, and maybe this one. So it's like, maybe it's actually more then. The radius is large. Okay, so because then this is gonna be fucking bonkers, man. This is gonna be money. This is gonna be money right here, this cluster, right? For example.
Continue to explore. Now, this map is kind of somewhat randomly explored, so
yeah, I know about the
concentrate too much
sextant
on that, but
overlaps.
effectively, you're going to be expanding outwards from the center. Now, of course, the other thing you can do is craft maps with currency items. So if we get a an orb of transmutation here, we can use that on there to get a mod on the item. Now, the prefixes are benefits to you, and the suffixes are negative.
This monk is level 95 and has tier 14 waystones. So does that mean that tier 14 is the new max? Kinda looks like it, right?
Negatives to you. So this is something that we've changed a little bit how it works. So that means that you can just get a map that's just a straight up boon to you. If you do a single
how did I do this?
If you turn it into a magic with only one mod. But of course, if you're turn it into a rare, you
Wait.
of course, the other thing you can do is craft maps with currency items.
Did he press Alt or what's going on?
An orb of transmutation here, we can use that on there to get a mod on the item. Now, the prefixes are benefits to you, and the suffixes are negatives to you. So this is something that we've
He just checks the roll ranges.
changed a little bit how it works. So that means that you can just get a map that's just a straight up boon to you. If you
okay, so there's a 15 and a 16 then here as well on those three. Okay, so they actually have different, they look different. That's kind of nice.
do a
but the waystones look like giga corrupted. They have these red beastie tentacles on them. It's kind of weird.
Single
I mean, not weird, but they definitely... He doesn't ulk any of them. Well, he doesn't want to die during the play demonstration.
If you turn it into a magic with only one mod, but of course, if you turn it into a rare, you're going to get a variety of downsides and upsides, and all of them can have different effects. So once you've cleansed corruption from maps, then you can start to unlock the Atlas tree, which allows you to further upgrade your progression system for this thing. So here's the Atlas tree here. Now I've actually made... what we've actually done here is all the different types of content have their own trees. Each one of them is kind of like an ascendancy class, and then for that content. But there's also a primary tree that you get just...
Yeah, I agree, Mus. Yeah, for sure. I really don't like complaining about stuff like that is not fully clear. Like, I complain about the walking simulator in Trial of Chaos and Trial of Sekima in between the rooms, right? That's, like, obvious. You don't have to have played the game to understand that that's just stupid to run that far, right? But, like, the density, the speed, the feeling of combat, right? None of us, almost none of us can comment on this because they haven't played the game, right? Walking lore, yeah, it's like, I don't want to run. It's like, did you see what I was saying? Like, when I showed it on the Trial of Chaos? Holy man, you run for, like, 2 screens of nothing. Why? Like, that's...
For,
it's like, I would have thought that GGG goes like, well, that's way too far. Let's cut it in half, you know?
just for killing maps. So there's a tree here for cleansing maps. There's also a tree for killing bosses, and then trees for doing other content on the Atlas as well. So you can kind of you don't have to choose between, or rather, you can choose to do a piece of content, but you're not going to be losing anything from any of the other pieces of content when you decide to do them later. Effectively, they all have their own kind of scaling in that way. So a random example here, 20% increased magic monsters in your maps. Another random...
Yeah, I've seen, like, I mean, here you can already see that there is density increases, right? And if you look at the icon, it has icons for sections, Kirak, and maps. Yeah, look, this icon right here is also here, right? So this is density. This is also then density. This is also density. This is density, 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 this is density. Like, there is so many nodes that are not taken yet that are all gonna be density. This is probably magic monsters. These right here are all magic monsters, and this is probably rare monsters, right? So all of these are not taken.
Example, I don't know, 20% increased quantity.
Okay, never mind. This is quantity of waystones. I am lying.
Found on your maps, but there's also like keystones here, like rare and unique monsters in your maps have 1 to 2 additional modifiers. It also adds extra.
So, but then it's missing 1, 2, 3 density nodes right here. At the very least, right? There's probably more somewhere else. But this is This is 60% increased. Wait, what is it exactly?
20% increased quantity. They all have their own kind of scaling in that way.
Increased magic monsters in your maps. Yeah, there is 60% magic monsters missing. And this is fairly early, right? This is like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are these linked? They're not linked, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right? So he's like very close. It's like 12 out of 30, and then you have all the density here. But I mean, you won't do this, obviously, but still, right? Look, there's so much stuff missing. Like 8 out of 30. It's like, you can still, there's also a top side still, right?
So a random example here, 20% increased magic monsters in your maps. Another random example, I don't know, 20% increased quantity of waystones found on your maps. But there's also like keystones here, like rare and unique monsters in your maps have 1 to 2 additional modifiers. It also adds extra bonuses to drops as well. So these are the kinds of things that you can get on the tree, and that's one of the progression systems as well, effectively, as I'm going through the Atlas tree here. But it's also kind of the gateway to a lot of the other mechanics. So for example, here we see a map that's got this little hand icon, and that means that there is a breach in this map. There's also the boss icon there, which indicates there's a boss there as well. So we know there's a breach in there. You know, if you're looking for breaches, this is where you want to go. You can effectively always see the content that you're going to be able to face in maps as you look around the tree. And there's also going to be mechanics for adding more of them later, which we'll talk about as well. So at the start, you'll just have to find them randomly, but later on you can add them to maps too. So let's have a look at this.
Yeah. But I mean, that's just procedural generated stuff, right? Like we can't go around it.
So Breach is another one of the League sequels that we've done for Path of Exile 2, and it's also one of the sort of pinnacle like in-game content grinds that you'll be able to progress through. Breaches are effectively small fissures in reality that let you see into an alternate plane where demons roam free, and touching a breach will cause it to expand and reveal all the demons there that are lurking on that plane. So we're going to have to warp, unfortunately, directly there, which is going to trigger it immediately, so you won't get to see what it looks like before you trigger it. But Octavian can do that now. So when you trigger it, and this is a horrible location for it, when you trigger it, all of these demons will start to come out of the other plane. Now, as you kill the demons, it's going to extend the amount of time. If you're a very good player, and you can kill demons very quickly, you can keep this going for a very long time and like cover like half the map with it. If you're not as good, or maybe your build just isn't as strong, then you're not necessarily going to be able to do that. So it's very hectic. Oh yeah, there we go. So it's ended already. So effectively, you have to try, if you're very fast at kill speed, you're going to be able to take very good advantage of this particular mechanic. Now, breaches, of course, have their own rewards, which is why you're going to want to do them. Let's just have a look on the ground to see if we can find any. If you go back and have a look. Did it drop any?
Man, the breach rings are insane. I love it so much that you have to you kind of really have to do and interact with all of the League mechanics, man. This is going to be so nice. Take 4 things that PoE has shown and add it to D4 right now. What would they be? The Atlas passive tree, but I already said this multiple times in my feedbacks to Blizzard that I gave them. We need an overarching meta progression system that ties all the things together. That would already make the game 2 times as good. And then we need Uber Pinnacle bosses. I don't even need more than that. Literally. Just D4 has the fundamentals figured out, man. It's not a long time until D4 is actually really good. But I keep saying this for ages now. They need an overarching meta progression system that ties all of the systems together so that they give them meaning and reason to do them. Why are you doing Helltide? Well, I don't know. Why are you doing bosses? Well, I don't know. Well, if you have the overarching meta progression system, you do Helltide because you are unlocking something on the passive tree that makes the game better in some way. Why are you killing bosses? Well, I get more points on the boss tree to then get more loot from the bosses, right? Stuff like that. That's really important. Yeah, player agency is the most important thing, Mus, I agree.
breach splinter. Right. So one of the so there's a couple of things that they drop. So one of them is catalysts, and the other one is splinters. So which one should we talk about first? How about the catalysts? So catalysts are a reward you can get only from breach, and effectively what they do is increase the quality of specific modifiers on jewelry. So this one here says, adds quality that enhances life modifiers on rings and amulets. So effectively, this is going to allow him, to, if you use that on your ring or amulet, it'll allow you to increase the, it'll add life quality that'll make the life roll on that amulet go up. This is an area of player power that sort of seems relatively subtle, but there's actually quite a lot to this that you can do. Breach also drops breach rings that are one of the best ring-based types because they allow quality to go up to 50, which means that you can use those as base types to create some really crazy rings for the end game as well. So that's one of the forms of player power you get from only from breach. The other thing you're going to find in breach that will sort of unlock the pinnacle boss are these breach splinters. So if you collect 300 breach splinters, it'll allow you to make a breach stone that will allow you to go to the breach domain where you can fight one of the pinnacle bosses. Now we're actually going to show you this pinnacle boss for this particular league mechanic, just because it's nice to see one. But we're not going to show you any of the other pinnacle bosses in this demo. But all of the different types of league, all the different types of content that we have here, all have their own pinnacle bosses that we can do. Now, this is effectively a map that's a single large breach, and you're going to have to be able to race through
I was exactly thinking the same, but they were talking about the Uber Pinnacle boss requiring 2 or maybe even 3 lieutenants to kill, right? So you probably need those and a waystone to open the Uber Pinnacle boss somehow.
Entire map and the amount of time to be able to get there and finish it.
Assault!
Now this is the domain where the demons actually live, and you can see the kind of creepy hand stuff they've got going on as their theme there. That's as it gets revealed.
Which 4 things would you yoink out of PoE 2 4 tank and put in D4?
Looks like he did it. All right, so now if we keep going here, we're going to get to the boss.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. She of stolen cruelty. I need mana.
The bell sound was nice. This is actually, Xesht is actually a mix of Xof, Esh, and what's the other thing? Xesht. And is it Ulnatul? I don't think so. Who is it going to be? 5 Breach Lords PoE. Xof Tool. Ah, okay, it's just called Tool. Okay. It's a mix of all 5? No, it's not a mix of all 5, right? Chayula is not in the name. This is only 3 of them. This is Xof, Ash, and which one was the and Tool, right? So Ulnetol and Chayula are missing. This is just 3: Xof, Ash, and Tool. Sesht, right? X, Ash, E. So Chayula is not present in the morph. It sounds so weird. And Ulnetul. I always say this wrong. Ulnetol. I always say Ulnetul, but it's Ulnetol. And it's kind of weird what happened to those two. Okay, let me skip this because we have probably everyone has seen this like 10 times. When you fight him in PoE1, he does attack from Ul and Chayula as well. Yes, because in PoE1 it's a mix of all 5. But here it's not. I wanna see the loot, man. I would like to see these gauntlets here. Wait, what happened here? Did it get sucked? Ah, it got killed by the hand here, right? Okay.
All right, so that's an example of a pinnacle boss, and we're not going to show you the rest of them, but let's just kind of give you a flavor for what any particular content. So this is the breach. So the first point, there's also 10% more classed hands. Content all have gone over that earlier. So we'll just put these towers, more breaches to maps in the vicinity tablet. You open your inventory there and have a look at just find a good place. So when you play breaches, you might find these breach tablets. And what this does is effectively adds more breaches to maps in the vicinity. So this says add 8 maps in range. 8 maps in range contain breaches, and breaches in your map spawn an additional rare monster. So if you open a tower, it gives you this interface. You can put the tablet in there, and then when you use it, it affects the local area and adds a bunch of breaches around the place. So what that means is that all the content is self-reinforcing. If you want to play breaches, then you're going to find this, these tablets. You're going to use those to add more breaches to maps in the area and also boost what the breaches are doing, and then which will get you more tablets, which will get you more and more and so on. So it's effectively a way to, if you're choosing breach is the thing I want to be doing, then that means that you can effectively self-sustain breach for as long as you want to, and sort of effectively turn your map into that. This is the true for all the different mechanics that you can find on the Atlas. You know, you've got ones here for Ritual and Expedition and Delirium right there. So, all right, so that's kind of important. So what we've covered here effectively is, okay, obviously, actually, one thing I, of course, failed to mention is that, you know, there are uniques you only get from that pinnacle boss, of course, and so on. There are uniques you only get once you get the difficulty of that pinnacle boss up to a certain level. So, of course, once again, each endgame grind has to have a way to expand it, a way to make it more difficult, a way to specialize into it, a way to, you know, get rewards that are specific to that. So, next, let's talk about Expedition. So once again, we've done another sequel to a leak from PoE1. This one's Expedition. We'll put a map in here, and just to make it a little bit easier, we're not going to...
Yeah, we've looked through all of this like multiple times already.
Item that you can pretty...
I don't know what's wrong with YouTube, man.
There is...
Oh yeah, this is what I want to watch.
But there is one more. In-game grind, which I'm not going to really talk too much about, but it relates to that that little object there. So effectively, this is where the Uber Pinnacle boss is, and we can travel to the entrance, but we won't be able to actually get in because we don't have meet the requirements yet. But effectively, there are around the map various ways to get keys to be able to enter this area.
Yeah, there you go. Right, you need the keys, but I mean. Here it said it didn't have the 4 things, right? It just said traverse. Right? Let's look at this again.
Because we don't have meet that that little object there. So effectively, this is where the Uber Pinnacle boss is.
Right. Here is not like it's not like a tower where it's 4 things. So this is only going to be then the 2 lieutenants, right? And then in the towers, you can probably just throw in other shit that we don't know about yet. You throw in a waystone and then maybe, I don't know, scarabs or some shit. Right, might actually happen.
And we can travel to the entrance, but we won't be able to actually get in because we don't have meet the requirements yet. But effectively, there are around the map various ways to get keys to be able to enter this area. It's kind of mysterious, and this is the hardest content in the game. So when you play the game, you'll have to try it out. But effectively, inside this area, you will don't actually go in there. Inside there, you'll be able to fight the Uber Pinnacle boss.
I don't know, man. It's red. I think it's fucking Ubazana, man. I don't know. I think it's Zana. Zana always has, to me, this little red glow and shit. I don't know. I think it's Zana. What do you guys think?
And for the sort of hardest challenge in the game, that is something that I think players will really enjoy. So this is a sort of basic overview of how the end game works.
Okay, so which video are we watching next? PoE lore nerds will literally lose their mind if it's Zana. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's also the incarnation of fucking piety. Who knows? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it has to be something giga epic, right? So they're not gonna do some unepic shit there. There has to be something crazy, right? I need to ask Captain Lance which walking treadmill he uses, because I want to get one too. Anyone have another good video that we haven't watched yet? That is maybe the, oh, we could check Reddit, right? We could check Reddit. There's something new. Maybe Reddit Path of Exile 2. A friendly reminder to not gatekeep the D4 Dannies. That's always a good post. Oh, I'm not logged in on the new PC yet. Woof. Lol, there's already PoE trade etiquette posts. I like this, man. The buyer always goes to the seller's hideout. This probably needs to be reposted every single day. True. Man, this is such a good time, man. PoE is a dangerous place. Don't get scammed. Class selector. I love these MS Paint builds, man. Holy moly. Oh, PoE 2 spoiler about Act 5. See at your own risk. Okay, boys, you heard it here first. Don't look at the screen or mute me. Oh. Okay. This sounds good. I'll read it out. Act 5, Oriath. The rest of the world believes Oriath was abandoned 20 years ago after a series of crises forced an evacuation of the populace. The Twilight Order, however, did not flee. They emerged from countless centuries of secrecy to rebuild Oriath's heart, and now they're making plans to reshape the world. In the wake of the slaying of the beast, the gods have returned to Rayclast. So, actually, we kill the beast in Act 4. What? Okay, this is gonna be a very interesting story then. Holy moly. The Twilight Order is dedicated to the cause of freeing mankind from the tyranny of the gods. Their intention is good, but many may not agree with how they plan to meet the goal. Sick. Okay, so now I'm invested, man. Holy. Okay, I'm sold. PoE 2 is the RPG I wanted. Yo, animated wallpaper, the Chronomancer. Look at this. Yo, this looks sick. It has the hourglasses floating. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I think there is no new videos here, right? Why is there a last epoch? I mean, are they talking about oh yeah, arrows, okay. Yeah, this is good. I like this. Wait a second. I need to log in real quickly on Reddit. I want to help this person out. They don't know that you can see. Did this work? Yeah, this worked. They don't know that it's already in the game. They want these little arrows on the side, but they're actually in the game. Okay, let's see. I think we gotta go to PoE, not PoE 2 subreddit, right? To actually get, Oh, this is ridiculous, by the way. Look at this. Top sellers, man. It's a free-to-play game. It's on number 5, man. GGG, I hope your servers are ready. Holy fuck, man. This is gonna be crazy. This is gonna be fucking insane, man. Fucking PoE on number 5, man. And this is just from the people that get it over Steam, right? There's also a standalone client that you can download from the website. So those are obviously not factored into this, right? What does this mirror do, Professor? It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. Path of Exile 2. Holy. Okay. Okay. There's no videos here. What's going on? Uh-oh. Trying to connect the dots. Uh-oh. Giga spoiler, boys. Wait, what's happening? Okay, what's this? A copium theory on who is the pinnacle boss. Lord of Ogam. Act 1, Forests in Ogam. Faradun. Faradun are factional main antagonist to Act 2 and part of Exile 2. Val is Act 3. Karui is then Act 4. That's actually correct. Oriath is actually correct for Act 5. And the pinnacle boss is what? This? No, but this is the beast though, isn't it? I mean, this is super well done, by the way. Lord of Ogam is Act 1. Faradun is Act 2. This is Act 3. This is Act 4. This is Act 5. This is actually really good connections here. But I don't agree with this, to be honest. I think but I gotta be honest, man. Like, we can't kill the beast in Act 4. That wouldn't make any sense, right? Because then why is the beast still corrupting the world? I mean, maybe we kill like a little beast. But then the Uber Pinnacle boss is not the... I mean, but then the story says... Yeah, I don't get it. Like, I don't think it's this... I don't think it's this thing. Actually. I think it's not this. But like, all of this is very correct. We know Act 4 is Karui. So this makes total sense. Act 5, we also now know that's Oriath, right? But this, I don't know, man. The problem is no one fucking knows what's going on in Act 6. If you would have known at least a little bit more about Act 6, you could have probably said that this might be the thing, right? Man, I love these speculations. Oh yeah, add better color coding to Expedition. Yes, please, man. Okay, we have this. New gem information from the LA reveal. Defiance banner. Oh, we already know. Ascendancy and item information from the LA reveal. Bleeding is aggravated. Oh, wait, there's multiple. Stream archaeology. What's this? Yo, what? What is this implicit? Holy. +1 to all max Ellie reses? What? How did you get this? That's from Expedition. Wait, how does this implicit get there? Huh? Is that the implicit of the chest? No way. What? That's crazy. Sick. That's it. Okay. last thing the boss sees before me and the other 5 chronomancers keep him in keep him in stop time forever. Holy shit. Oh, oh man, this is exactly what's gonna happen. Okay. Yo, what? With account merge, I can finally access my Xbox Race Demigods. That's insane. Holy moly. Okay, I'm a fight. Damn. Sesh got hands. Oh no. You might choose to become a witch hunter. A what? Okay. Man, it's gonna be so cool discovering all this stuff and like going from the start. It's gonna be amazing, man. It's gonna be so good. Like there is no POB, there's nothing. I wish I had a POB for sure. Or at least access to the skill tree and the gems and everything. But it's also super cool to not have it and like discover everything with the community. That is a magical time always. In my opinion, it's so good. Okay, I'm trying to find a good new video that we haven't seen yet, boys. Monk builds, what the fuck? Warrior builds, just a fucking squirrel with big two-handers. What the fuck? Oh, there you go. Didn't know if this was common knowledge, but the file name of the website of the class button shows the name of the classes. Here's the one that are grayed out. Show me. Show me. No, why is it gone? No! There it is. Assassin, Druid, Gladiator, Huntress, Marauder, Templar. Oh man, glad. That's gonna be sick. Essences in PoE1, essences in PoE2. What the fuck? Okay. I can't find new videos. What the fuck's going on, man? This little dude. No new videos. There has to be. Two more nodes for Witch Hunter Ascendancy. We already know this. Okay. F. Give me more content! Best class design of RPGs? This is right. Path of Exile 2 gameplay. We're gonna watch this for sure. Gameplay. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Ugh. Okay. I guess we're watching Ziz's video then. I love Ziz's videos. At least we'll get teasers daily. Yeah. Where are the teasers? I want Jonathan on more interviews, man. Today, Talkative Tribe has a Jonathan interview. But there's going to be much more infos. So we got some more infos to devour. Gotcha. Yep. Let's watch this video and then go from here.
Hi, Zizrain here with another PoE 2 video. Sorry for my voice, I'm getting a little bit sick, but we have 6 classes coming for the early access with 2 ascendancies each, and I wanted to make a video going over this a little bit. Yeah, there are going to be 24 more coming then, right? We are going to have 12 whole classes, so much stuff. So 12 total classes, and there's going to be 3 ascendancies each, right? Unless I mix something up, so that's 36 sub-ascendancies. Isn't that crazy? It's insane. But either way, even at launch, we have 6 classes with 2 ascendancies each, and they will probably pretty quickly get that last ascendancy. I don't know what's going to come first, the final ascendancy for everything. But let's do a bit of a refresher, and there's been some confusion. Classes do not lock you out of skill gems. Any class can equip any skill gem in the game, including alternatives like dodge blink, auras, weapon-specific skills, and more. Classes are going to determine where you start in the passive tree, and they're going to, more importantly, determine what ascendancies can you get. And ascendancies, I would probably think they feel a little bit more powerful and a little bit more changing in PoE 2. But as I mentioned in my recap, PoE 2 ascendancies are more specific and mechanically diverse than PoE 1 ever was. Some ascendancies are going to have gameplay mechanics unique to them, like we see the Demon Mommy having basically shape changing, which is really cool. I've also covered in the recap how you ascend, but in short, there are 3 types of trials you can find during the campaign. So you can do one similar to Sanctum, one similar to Ultimatum, and the third one is Unannounced. For those that are completely new to the game, Sanctum is basically a roguelike mechanic where you have to try to not get hit, so a little bit like a bullet hell. The Ultimatum one seems very different from PoE 1, but it's basically an area with a bunch of monsters and some traps shooting at you, and probably some other debuffs and downsides. The third one is Unannounced. Again, more info on that in the previous video, but that's a TLDR. And another thing to keep in mind is that we only know around half of the nodes for each ascendancy, so we are missing very vital context. But let's start with the Witch, which is a bit more minion aligned, with Sorceress being the typical class caster. For a lot of people panicking that we don't have a...
What he said is very important. We only know half the picture. There's like so much information missing. You can't... The information that we're missing can literally make the worst ascendancy suddenly go to the best ascendancy, and we don't know about it.
Super minion class, the Gemling ascendancy does seem very minion viable as well. But either way, minions as a whole are way more supported now. Permanent minions auto-revive after a few seconds of being dead. Skeletal clerics can even revive your minions on command with a cooldown. And you have things like SRS that cost mana. Minions also have more active skills. Detonator things like they'll burst into clouds. And with new debuffs and curses, it should be a lot more active gameplay for summoners. We have the Infernalist, which... not necessarily a minion summoner by demand, but most likely the most minion focus we have. Infernal Hound gives you a seemingly powerful minion that takes damage for you, and a good thing about minions is that it will have basically free mitigation, right? You will have monsters all around you tanking for you.
Yep, true.
Demon Form comes with amazing assets, and looks like it also gives you a bunch of damage and useful stuff, but really, really cool looking. I also can replace mana with a buildup of Infernal Flame, which will hurt you when you get a max on the gauge, and you'll take fire damage. You can mitigate that through the passive tree, so you are going to want max fire res. And next up we have Blood Mage, which is, you know, a bit of a leech slash vampire type archetype. And then a very big benefit of leech and regen in PoE 2 is that fights are going to be a little bit slower and stuff. So I think regen, leech, anything like that is going to be absolutely huge. Things seem very telegraphed and stuff, so being able to recover life is going to be so nice. What I'm hoping to see here is some sort of item like Wrathpit Globe that lets us stack a life for damage and then just have a large amount of flat life and go for super leech and have that as a good way of tanking, where you're basically sacrificing some of your life for damage but also just gaining a lot of it back. Next up we have Monk, fast-paced, high-mobility fighter with basically going to be the god of Flicker Strike, it looks like. Good crowd control to deplete both the stun bars. However, for me, it does look a very like builder spendery, which I'm not a big fan of, because you do have to like gain power charges.
Yeah, I hate that too.
Huge ultimates. The Monk has.
I fully agree with this here. I'm not a huge fan of. Oh, this spends your power charges. Well, then I need to build my power charges first. I don't like that at all. I'm not a fan at all.
Invoker, which is an elemental guy with huge potential to spread ailments like chill and shock. Unbound Avatar makes you go berserk, dealing more damage and applying more ailments. Elemental Expression makes you basically cast Wild Strike whenever you crit. Very offensive and reckless, seems a little bit like a softcore ascendancy. And honestly, like, we don't really know how viable the game is on hardcore, because Jonathan said that you're probably gonna die 2 or 3 times to every boss before you learn it. Next up we have Acolyte of Chayula, similar to Trickster in PoE 1. Instant mana leech, which should be a great way to like build like mind over matter, etc. This gift seems very strong. If we can make use of chaos res, like the Legion jewels in PoE 1, and basically this monk loses their spirit, so they probably won't be able to have auras or things like that. There might be things similar to PoE 1 where you can make things not reserve anything, so you might be able to get 1 free aura. Not 100% sure yet. But yeah, you should be able to use this new darkness to deal damage and have more mitigation. So we'll see how strong it is. Very excited to play around with all this stuff. It's going to take a long time to figure it all out. But this class and many others have very many unique mechanics. Next up for the Mercenary. Basically, Path of Exile's answer to guns. You're going to be kiting and moving a lot while shooting. And obviously with WSC, that is easier than ever before, as you can shoot while moving. We have the Witch Hunter, which this class just wants to kill and explode things. Probably firing grenades and stuff up against walls seemed really good. But yeah, Sorcery.
I don't know. I think with every day that passes, I'm more and more inclined to actually go Witch Hunter as a start. Because like in the beginning, you don't really know what the fuck you're doing. We can prepare as much as we want, so we can kind of at least get a little bit of a picture of what the fuck's going on, right? But you don't really know what the fuck you're doing after you've played it through once. You can kind of more so understand what the fuck is going on a little bit more, right? But in that, under that circumstance, it makes it so good if you have raw damage on your character, right? And the explodey of the Witch Hunter is gonna be super helpful in this.
Reward gives you an elemental defense aura in exchange for armor, and the nodes we saw are very offensive and geared towards clear speed. And the clear speed
here, the Zealous Inquisition. This is exactly what I mean, right? 10% chance for enemies you kill to explode, dealing 100% of their max life as fist damage. This is ridiculously strong, even more so if you don't have a clue what is going on. And the crazy part about this is it's literally just 2 points right here. It's only these 2 points. So you will have them at level 22. You're gonna explode so much shit. It's insane.
it looked really good in the trailer. Things like
yeah, this is Culling Strike right here. And you have the JJE right here. It's so good. I don't know, man. I think Witch Hunter is so fucking strong, especially for the start of the game, because no one really has a clue what they're doing, right? And stuff like Zealous Inquisition and also stuff like Decimating Strike and Culling Strike make it so much easier for you to actually go through the start of the game, right?
Grenade splitting nodes on the tree makes it seem like it would have really good clear speed. They also does have the Gemling Legionnaire, which honestly seems very, very Scion-like and a bit of a jack of all trades. I think this could be really good.
There will be Chaos Dot Ascendancy for sure.
Especially summoners, I think. I think it would be really good for summoners. Now, from what we're seeing, we're just assuming that gems go up to 20 quality, and then the Gemling Legionnaire gets extra quality on all their gems. Very potentially well-rounded, and a lot of adaptive capability here. Next up, we have Warrior, very like big smash Zog Zog. We have Warbringer, which is sort of like Val Molten Shell on crack.
Not on day one, EA. Yeah, I mean, on day one of EA, you're gonna be happy as fuck. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine.
When you become encased in Jade. I don't think you can move, but this seems great if you're out of position when there's going to be like a screen-wide one-hit. Ancestral Spirit's going to summon some dudes. The totem in the video summoned a dog that charged at a wall with no monsters. So, a little bit worried about how the AI on that's going to be, but we've seen summoning AI in PoE be pretty good from what we've seen in PoE 2, so hopefully that's not going to be a problem. Could be a potential for something like Detonate Dead Warbringer build with 25% of Corpse Explosion HP with no cooldown.
Monkey.
It seems very like kind of boring but safe. Next up we have Titan. Very like simple but effective class, focusing on stunning and
how's it going, the Froggy in UK? You good?
Enemies to break them. And then very clearly aimed at slime enjoyers, probably going to be a very Karn enjoyer ascendancy like me smash.
Probably gotta be Carney. Kick W.
Me strong. Surprising strength is going to make very good use of the Hammer of the Gods, which is basically ultimate with a wind up.
I'm great, the Froggy. Starting today, I'm alone. So I need to Giga Blast videos and everything now. And stream a lot. And PoE 2 prep has officially begun, basically. So yeah. Gotta work on a lot of videos now and get those out. And yeah, somehow get the channel rolling. On the Titan hype train as well. What's this?
Why are you following me?
I can't watch this. I'm streaming to YouTube as well. Probably get copyright strike.
Next up we have Sorceress. Classic
Happy to support you. Nice. Thank you, Zafroggy. We can do this.
spellcaster with focusing on the elements with a twist. And this class is very commonly found in every PoE like ever, but it's gonna be see how much it differs in PoE 2 and what TGD cooked to make it cool. We have Stormweaver, which is, we don't know that much. It's very like lightning focused, ailments and triggers. And obviously we need more info on this. We'll probably have some sort of similarity to the Elementalist. And then we have the Chronomancer, which is a time mage concept. It seems a bit inspired by Chronomancer in Guild Wars 2. And all the reveals are looking more about active skills as opposed to passives. And you can create a point in time to revert back to with the same skill in PoE 1 Temporal Rift. Time Snap is going to do the same, but for cooldowns. So this should be very interesting. For example, maybe an Elemental Hammer of the Gods or some sort of... maybe we'll be able to have spell damage contribute to melee damage.
The art looks so good. I don't know. I think this looks fucking amazing. What do you guys think?
And then combine this with Hammer of the Gods. Time Freeze literally stops time. Looks super good. I don't think it'll work on bosses, or maybe it'll be very short on bosses, because they have seemingly let us focus a little bit on actually stunning bosses and things. Will be cool to see what the other bonuses are. A lot of people are saying this looks too OP. I think it looks super fun. And it's not really something we've seen before. And of course, the classic bow archetype returns in the most similar fashion to PoE 1, more so than any other class. It does come with some surprises, such as Pathfinder making a return in PoE 2 when, well, flasks are completely different than the previous games. So Pathfinder now has more of a focus on throwing concoctions, and these are kind of similar to Poison and Explosive Concoction in PoE 1. And this ascendancy is a little bit different. First, you pick one big node, and then you have sort of sub-nodes that chooses the flavor, basically, of your concoction. Whether it's going to be explosive, poison, etc. And Pathfinder does seem very focused on concoction, but it should still have like a pretty big emphasis on speed and nimbleness in general. And next up we have the Deadeye, which is a returning ascendancy, and you have endless munitions for projectiles and tailwind for speed. And you no longer care about accuracy, which in PoE 2 could be pretty big. This is probably not going to be very tanky. It is going to be very like softcore focused, very blasty, probably better for mapping than it will be for bosses. But it'll be interesting to see how important like all around characters will.
I mean, that has always been the case, right? Like Deadeye and bossing hasn't really flown together like ever.
Be.
Which is also, I hate that that's the fact, because then you can't play Deadeye on hardcore, which I hate, because I really like... Oh, he's ill, the Froggy, he said at the start of the video, but he recorded this before the World of Warcraft race, I think. Yeah, this looks very much like Deadeye is not gonna be able to play hardcore as well again. So yeah, I'm kind of sad because I really like Deadeyes, but I can't play it in hardcore, so I'm not gonna be able to play it, unfortunately.
Versus
yeah, I saw the rip, man, so bad. Fucking DCs, and then the rank 1 racer also died to a DC. It was fucking awful.
Targeted characters, like maybe you'll make a mapping character that ignores bosses and then have a separate bossing character. And remember, in PoE 2, you lose your map if you die. In general, though, we don't have a lot of info about Ranger. Again, GGG absolutely knocked it out of the park with this one. It just looks so cool. There's so many new things we haven't really seen before, and just like interesting, fresh takes on things that we have seen before. So very excited to get my hands on it and really try it out on December 6th. So obviously, so far I've only had the like 5 or 6 hours of PoE 2. We had some playing at the LA event and some playing at like Gamescom and ExileCon, but yeah, I've barely played it, so very excited to actually get to try it and make builds and find gear. So very hyped for December 6th. I'll be playing WoW until then if you want something to watch as a waiting room, but either way, thanks for watching. Sub if you liked the video, but more importantly, try to die less than I do.
Okay, that cut was awesome. I'm gonna send you guys the video, but please only click on the video if you're gonna watch it from start to finish. Just leave it running in the background, give it a like, and leave a comment, boys. Yeah, I don't know, guys. There's no new videos, nothing. I think at this point we have literally looked through everything. I could work on a couple of videos though while I wait for the interview. I kind of want to watch the video together with you guys tomorrow though. Time to start making MS Paint builds. Yeah, true. I kind of want to... I really want to watch the... I really want to watch the Jonathan Rogers interview live. But I also really want to watch it with you guys. So that's the problem. It's kind of sad. One of those paint build choice diagrams. Isn't the interview tomorrow? No, interview's today. From what I remember. We can check, right? Oh yeah, true. It's actually tomorrow. Oh well. And it's not even today. Oof. That doesn't make it better, unfortunately. Well, almost one more day done, boys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days left. And then when we wake up on the 6th, we can log the fuck in. Ugh. I mean, you can just leave it running on the second screen, UK, while you keep watching this. You know? That also works. I'm gonna stop with PoE the week before. You just catch the end? Oh, that makes total sense then, yeah. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna take a break a little bit as well with gaming. Well, I'm not really gaming right now anyway, right? Like, probably the day before or 2 days before, I'm just gonna like not game at all. I'm as I am right now. I'm not really gaming at the moment anyway as well. So we can have like we can stockpile all the dopamine and then unleash all the dopamine on PoE. It's gonna be sick, man. Word game and Fisher stream for days? Holy moly. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Okay, isn't that mix? Are people doing a PoE 2 pod? Yes. Maxroll is doing a podcast. We tried to do multiple for sure. We're having problems scheduling so far. Everyone's obviously very busy. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna blast some more shit. Let's hope we get some more info in the meantime. Maybe the teaser is gonna be good. I'll keep you guys posted. I'll go and work on the videos. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye-bye.